Wait a minute. It's supposed to be right there. It's not right there. It's not down here. Here's your brush. You know what? We would have been looking for that. That fell down it. Everything fell down. I see you waiting for a bone. You know what? I'll get me a bone just a minute. I need my toilet paper. Life is hell when you live with stachybotrys poisoning because you had psychopaths erasing you and you were left locked in a room that was full of stachybotrys. But the average person wouldn't call it real either. So, I need to get up. I should have looked for, it's always right here. And we spent all that time looking for, you know what, Ben was here. I need to just have a wall of toilet paper piled up, and that way every time Ben comes over, he can take one, and I'll still have some. Oh, Mickey, we need to go get toilet paper. Hi, guys. Wait a minute, we need to bring some of the water back to all that up. Put some music. Upside down. Why is it upside down? When I'm out in the kitchen cooking and Ben's in here, he putters around moving things for no reason. He's just like, oh, what's this? And it flings it over his shoulder. This shouldn't be here. He puts it somewhere else. Yeah, why don't you do this upside down? You got a horse's feet up here instead of Mickey, where'd your stuff go? There your stuff went. I do have one. Come on up, you can come get one. I need to blow my nose up. No, I should turn the oven light on the fish tank when it was up. To get the antenna flames. Coming up? Yes, I have one. I do have one. We have the last two. Come on up. I can get you one. Let's see which one you want. Ben is supposedly going to bring you over some more today. Okay. You want the little one? Okay, you take the little one. Malibone logo looks like the Nickelodeon logo. Doesn't it look like Nickelodeon logo? That's scribbled out behind it. Is Nickelodeon still around? I don't know any of the Nickelodeon shows. I was cable. We didn't even have TV, let alone cable. What? Why is this like this? Where is member? Who's good Toys R Us? We weren't allowed to have toys, but we had to always buy toys. birthday presents for the cousins, and there were 400 cousins, so we were always in Toys R Us having to buy toys. Because teach you to be good to others. Okay. Teach you to go be good to others and then lock you back into your cage. Yes, that is the way to teach kindness to children. That says ready to place. Wait a minute. Place something. Oh, we got a skin. It's that steampunk flying rogue. Okay. The other skin from that set was the one I wanted, but we'll take that one as well. Oh, we've only got one more. Yeah, you burping? You burping funny over there. What's this? Gold chest. Okay. What are you asking for? I can't see. All flying rogues? You want all flying rogues? I'll give you a cheaper flying, level flying rogue. Because I'm not sure what these other ones have. They may need a flying rogue more than you do. Like this one right here may need a flying rogue more than you do. Don't have a spot for flying rogue, but they left some blanks. You had a silver chest, Kevin. Let's see. Is there somebody with another chest quicker than you? Oh, yes. 26 seconds. Can we get something down in 26 seconds? Yeah, I've never seen this man before. Where are you? Oh, it says mutated rest. And stir. There's one left to get. We were in the middle of doing this when Ben came over last night, so we never finished. I was getting a lot of tips. Facilities and faculties. Are there any legit online writing contests out there? Oh, there haven't been in years. I haven't checked lately. I used to keep up on that. I haven't done stuff like that in years. I saw one the other day. Question. I wasn't streaming at the time I read it. And they were talking about it was like this type of question on development and vision and ideas and brain and stuff. And they were talking about I have no trouble writing. And I type a few novels up a year. But when I get done and go back and read them, I hate it so much that I delete it. So I don't have any of my writing saved. How can I stop myself from doing that? And I was like, stop being a fucking jackass? What the hell? Why would you do that? I don't understand these people that... And you would think, wow, you're a freak. No. There are a few hundred questions asking that type of a question every single day. The mods are constantly deleting them, going, this is advice you need it. You're asking for advice for a specific thing instead of a general thing, so I just deleted. But every day, hundreds of them. I never realize so many people don't know what plagiarism is. My book title is inspired by a phrase from another writer. Is this plagiarism? No. It would be one thing if it was kids. And you can understand if they were teenagers and they hadn't yet learned this stuff in school. But most of these questions are coming from adults. Is this plagiarism? Plagiarism. Literally copying this, pasting it somewhere else, and saying you wrote it. That's plagiarism. Copying it, putting it through an article spinner, then publishing it somewhere else, and saying you wrote it. That's plagiarism. How do people not know what it is? Plagiarism is taking something that somebody else wrote and claiming you wrote it. I'm left to wonder, is the entire world getting more retarded every day, or is it just the Americans that are getting more retarded every day? Because I don't see those sort of questions being asked by non-Americans. Did you even check? You didn't even check. You want all archers. Archers don't do shit for this. Look at that. Nothing. They don't do shit for that. They're not even going to attack it. They're not even going to try. We need rogues here. Melee also. Melee is not going to attack it. These won't attack it either. They're gonna lose. This is a rogue map. Look, you hover over a rogue, the little arrow shows up. Do you know how to play this game? This person's been playing this game for a long time. This one's not a noob. If you don't have rogues, you are not going to win that map. It's impossible to win that map without rogues. What is this one? Oh, look. Arc Siege, silver. Okay, won't press anything down. See what these others are. Mind Eaters, also silver. You have a longer time to close you down. Look, because we know we got somebody else here. 1 minute. We'll put something down on yours. This is This is a new map. I don't know this one yet. Bomber is really good here, as you can see from all the green that shows up. It means the bomber is going to attack us. If the little green thing isn't showing up over their heads, the characters aren't going to do any damage. And you just got to be defeated. How do you stop yourself from plagiarizing? Well, stop copying other people's work, pasting it into your thing, and passing it off as yours. What is it with these questions? Does anyone else hate writing in the summertime? That goes to a link to something. Can someone claim copyright to stop someone else from using their fan fiction? Can someone claim copyright else from using their fan fiction? Well, that is plagiarism. If you wrote something and somebody else is saying it's yours, that's plagiarism. Saying it's theirs. Is it wrong to start writing something then drop off after a couple of chapters because I didn't feel appealing anymore? No, I think almost every author doesn't. Politics and stories. How do we do it in a good way? I avoid politics. I can't stand politics. Where should I pick up? Where should I pick for my first chapter? 2 hours ago, not a single comment. I'm writing a story and tips. Do you ever feel discouraged by writing something that seems to have used? No, I don't think about that type of stuff. Why do people think about these? What? I don't get it. Why can't you just write your fucking story? Just sit down and write your story. Why are you going, that person might think this, and that person might think this, and that person might think this, and people are thinking, oh my god, people are thinking. I'm glad you don't live in a fucking hive mind. God. How could a good pace be? Grammar. I need help with a writing situation. I'm surprised with that type of a very specific title the mods haven't deleted it yet. Where can I post these things? How do you stay productive when you know you have to rework the plot? I don't understand. We'll open that one so we can read it more. What are you talking about? Following up on an agent who requested my manuscript. Does anyone read thoughts or experience on posting stories via... Never heard of the website? Don't know. If we want to actually win this, we need a rope. So I'm giving you a rope. You ain't gonna win without it. Those 4 in the back can only be killed by a rope. If you do not have a rogue on board, it's automatic defeat. And 28 minutes on 1. Loyalty buffs. Okay, you usually have enough people that you can win. So I am going to go back to this spot. Because he usually doesn't have enough people that he can win. And he needs help with his. You have orcs. I have an orc slayer. Where did I give you an orc slayer? Anybody else get completely bogged down with trying to develop an idea? No. I need help with a writing situation. How do you come up with names? My characters arrive with names. That's something I don't have to stop and think about the names. It's just there they are and there's their name and I don't know where it came from. Composition of a story. I'm surprised somebody used the word composition. It's the first time I've seen it used in this subreddit. Because composition is the actual word for what you're doing when you write. Nobody seems to know that. Also, we have a light issue. I have got a light that is just way too bright here. It is like right in my eye. Turn both of those out. There we go. That's better. It's that light. I forgot that light was on. Don't know what tunes to use when creating my story. Does my story need an antagonist? None of the Quaraun series has antagonists. There's never an antagonist. It's just as I got a checklist or a review form for beta readers. I don't think people on this forum know what beta readers are. They're like, so I finished a chapter and I sent it out to these beta readers. Okay, professional beta reader is only going to accept a proof copy. A proof copy is the actual paperback book as it appears in the store before it goes to print, where they print up a few hundreds and they give them to the author. The author gives them to various editors and agents, and that's what you're also supposed to be sending out to your beta readers. They're the ones who go through the paperback book. They write in the book, they hand you the copy back. You go through page by page, and when I say the book, I mean the actual book. This is what a proof copy of a book looks like. This is a proof copy. You give it to them, they write in pages right on the thing, they make their corrections. Also, that's what beta readers do. They go line by line looking for spelling and grammar errors and typos. And if they see a plot hole, they'll circle an area and say, something feels wrong here, but I don't know what. It is so painfully obvious that a good 99% of the people on this subreddit have no clue what the publishing industry is like, and they don't know a thing about beta readers. They think, oh, let me hand this chapter of an unedited piece of scrawled out on a paper to my best friend, and oh, that's a beta reader. That's not a beta reader. Also, beta readers charge something along the lines of $50 to $200 an hour. They're not cheap, they're expensive. So if you're handing it off to your friends and they don't know shit about editing, yeah, they're not a beta reader. You haven't beta read your novel. Sorry. You might want to learn the industry. It is so annoying, these people throwing around words and like, oh, I know this and that, and you don't know shit. You really don't. You don't. And then other people like, oh, well, they said a beta reader. Yeah, they don't know what a beta reader is, so what the fuck are you doing listening to them? Oh, people. You know what? I'm gonna put vampires on. There you go. This is very good on this map, so I'm going to keep you there as well. And this is good, so I'll give you that. Oh, Stephen King. Don't know who that other one is. That's a link to another forum. They don't want to ask me anything. Could I ask Stephen King anything? I would be, let me think. Why did you send a film crew to my yard? Are you going to take my family and put their heads back on? Now your fans have killed them. How about rebuilding my house, you know, that your fans blew up with a bomb? Oh, I can think of lots of things that I could want to ask Stephen King. All in regards to, what the fuck are you doing trespassing on my land, filming the Thinner movie on my farm, and then telling your fans on Jay Leno my home address and telling them, hey, yeah, those are the gypsies of Stockholm, Maine. Go visit them. The fact that the film crew showed up could have been seen as a mistake. Because we didn't know they were coming. They had no permits, they had no licenses, they had nothing. And they were all, oh, well, Stephen King told us we could come. But when 3 years later, Stephen King's on Jay Leno going, oh, yeah, here's the home address of the gypsies that we had in the movie. Go visit them. Yeah, that wasn't a mistake. That was Stephen King being a fucking jackass. Have we done any scene? Yes, we have. Okay. Held back. We've already gone around, right? Let's go show. Observed. Mentioned. Determined. Steadfast. I don't think those anything that we had to pick from being felt. No synonyms for felt. How about feels? Short. Renewed. Brief. Looks like there's a lot of them. Precise. Shortened. I don't think short-lived would be good, so I don't know about that one. Archers at all. Do archers not do anything here? No, they do. They do. Let's put an archer down because nobody's put one down. It's good to have something of each group if a board can use something of each group. See the previous stream and what are you doing? We've got an editing program that I'm using. And I'm in the habit of using a lot of what is known as sensory words in my work. And I was trying to, I use a lot of sight words. Very high rate of sight words. And then a lot of sometimes smell words, sometimes taste words, almost no hearing words, and almost no smell words. That all touch words. So I was trying to get into the habit of using more of the ones I don't use as much. Overall, I'm using more sensory words in general. However, I went to several different websites that had lists of sensory words, and they were all listing different things. There was no specific, like an article, a and the is always a and the. There was nothing like that, like where the prepositions are always in, on, above, below. Sensory words appeared to be just whatever somebody felt a sensory word was. And so we were going, I took all of these lists, I combined them together and made one big database on my computer. We did that about a week ago. So that when I'm writing, I can look at these words and go, I need to add more words, sensory words in this scene. Here's sensory words. Well, we did that, but then we run them through this program, and this program is pretty much saying almost everything that everybody calls a sensory word isn't a sensory word. And it's listing other things as sensory words. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly does this software program? How does it determine what a sensory word is? So now I'm taking things that it does say are sensory words and putting them in the thesaurus and changing them to other words that mean the same thing to see, or is it gonna call all of these sensory words as well or not? So that's what we're doing right now. Yes, this is part of editing. I know a lot of people when they're like, how do you edit a novel? And they're like, how do you not get writer's block? And I don't edit the way other people edit, I think that's the thing. I never get bored while I'm editing because I'm constantly doing stuff like you're seeing me doing now, all over the place. Where is that? I can't find that. The last one was okay, stop it. The last one was sharp. Was the last one not sharp? Did I click something wrong? You did. Wait, stop. Stop. Brief. Okay, look. I hate that it's so sensitive now. Brief. Did it? Wait, did we change words? You don't have a... The only support you have is healer? Okay. Okay, we're gonna give you a flag bearer as well. You should have enough to be able to beat that, because it's pretty low level stuff he's got. What is... Yeah, I don't really want to use the monk or the Templar on a low level chest. Need to use them on a higher level chest because those are going to have the more difficult fights. Also looking... Rick's good here. Oh, dungeons are back. I like dungeons. I think dungeons is my favorite. These are orcs. Do you want to use an orc slayer? What is that? It's a war beast, but what is it? A terrible war beast. It looks like a lion. Oh, it's a chimera! It's a lion with a snake and a donkey. Okay, it's a chimera. I couldn't tell what it was. Yeah, what flag bearers? I got a flag bearer. I like dungeons in this. I think dungeons is my favorite mode. These are all short, right? Now they're shown. That's what happened. Alright, we need more short. That's what happened. Okay. That's why I couldn't figure out what just happened. Why can we find it? We changed words and I wasn't paying attention. We changed words. There's sharp. First we already did, right? Did we already do this? Pretty sure we did. Short to equal bad temper? I could see short-tempered to equal bad tempered. Just short. Is it full? Looks full. I see one more, 2, 3. I see 4 more flags. Can't place another flag. It is full. It is full. We can't place on these, right? Can we place on those? No. No, we can't place on those. Oh, we had loyalty gold. I didn't realize we were going after loyalty gold. I would have epicked those rogues I put down. Oh, it's a good thing I put down the rogues then, because he would... I got a 200 bonus. He would not have been able to win that if we hadn't put the rogues down. Somebody else put rogue down too after I did. Alright. Silver... Okay, close. Silver... we got 6 minutes. Loyalty. I'm gonna epic Ovid. So let's put this down. Save the epic for Ovid. Do I have a vampire available? I do not. Vampire's good on this. Warrior's good on it too. Alright, we'll keep it on. Doesn't start until 4. I don't know why it tells us place unit, because it has a countdown thing and it says you can't place it yet. So why bother telling us to place unit? Short equals crumbly. That makes sense though, with you have things like shortcake. There it goes. Okay, epic. Oh, we definitely need help here. Is my flag bearer still alive? My flag bearer is still alive. We could go epic flag bearer. Thinking epic paladin though. Oh, definitely epic paladin. Oh, there's no space for epic paladin. You know what, let's get his stream up, see what he's saying. That's epic flags. Alright, we'll epic a flag then. He's saying epic flag. It is really hard to do anything on. One unit per battle. We don't have a unit down, right? No, we don't. Okay. We just can't get one down. There's too many people placing. Starting, and this one's better. Okay. What are you doing? Yeah? Who are you calling me? Do I need to come get you? Is that what you're saying? I think I need to go get Susan needs a ride now. It's out in the other room. Were you looking for a toy? I think that's what you were doing, wasn't it? Do it, Mickey. Except now I can't get in my seat. You're in my seat. Oh, yes. There we go. What are we doing? What, you monkey? Okay. Wait a minute. You're going to fall off that way. There you go. Yeah, no, take your monkey with you. There you go. He's shredding that monkey. What? You back? Okay. Uh-huh. And the epic elements. I used my epic already, right? Yeah. He wants healers. Don't I have a healer available? See how. Healers. Is my healer still alive? My healer still alive? Can you come here? What is that? Ginger? Ginger. Some folk play those again. Some of those again. Baked potato. Sounds like baked potato when I was talking. The reason I'm not putting more down over these, telling everybody to just put 1 unit per battle. There's 1,000. Oh, we're so close to that. So we'll just wait. Need somebody willing to put a sacrifice thing down. Ah, what do you want? I don't mind my units getting killed off. Map. Okay. It's not showing yet. But I do have what he's asking for. He's like, place it if you don't mind losing it because it's gonna die. Yeah, I'm fine with the units dying. What level is my buster? 24. Some people get upset when they play something and it's like, oh, it died. I can't use it again. That's how the game works. You're not going to have it? Really? Because it did back there a minute ago. That was why it did that. I was like, wait a minute. That's not what I meant. Okay. That's still an You may want to know, I like your accent. Where are you from? He's from Romania. That's why everything is vampires. He's like, we're Romanians, we need vampires. He's obsessed with vampires. He likes vampire stuff. All his things are all vampires. Ah, multiple units. Epic Centurion. I think I have that. Wait, I think I have Epic Centurion. I do. I want to put it in the back. Yeah, it's awesome. Upgrade our monk. One more and we'll have 2 monks. We need 2,200 to unlock the second monk. 1,200 for this one, 1,000 for the second one. 800 scrolls to do that. All these flag bearers going down places where there's no flag. Do people not know what the symbols are? He is like not starting his battles today. So, since we've got other people up downstairs, that's what I'm just gonna take it off. I'm sick of waiting. You're waiting to find battle. Usually put markers down. So markers down. You ain't putting markers down? Yeah, I saw that. He's noticing the flags and the busters. He says they're all placed in Papega. He calls it Papega when somebody places something on a marker that... Look, these flags! Look at the flags! He said no flags, and everybody's gone flag crazy everywhere. That was gotta be the same voice actor. With Genji, yeah, that... I'll have to look up the voice actors for that. That sounds like the girl from Baked Potato. It sounds so much like her. It's gotta be the same voice actor. too many things going too fast in the same spot. So. You know what? I already had I there. He said, don't place artillery. Look how many artilleries there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He said the artillery are not good on this board. They're just going to die before they do any damage. Don't place them. There's so many of them. Those balloon busters. What is this chest you do? Gold chest. Look at me, I'm really seeing this one. Machine things. How's the silos? This has eyeballs on one word. Didn't it have it as 2 words a minute ago? Something got upgraded? Not upgraded. Something's available. Ah, the action. I believe. Stand. We had a view before, didn't we? Alright, you want a bunch of those? I got one of those. So I select all. Hit here. Paste them in. Let's Okay, that's 269 words. Out of 269 words, "41 are sight words, 11 are touch words, 3 are taste words, 2 are sound words." And most all of them should have been sensory words. That's a very so let's go back here. What do I want to say? Why did I say 0? What? That's weird. Sight words. So in the end, we ended up with 40. 39. 39 cycles. And all the colors should be here. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, white, gray, gray with a different spelling, brown, black, silver, silvery, gold, gold, gold. Okay. So 50. Nothing for snow. It's flag bearers. I'm trying to think if they're not capitalized. many of those vocals. Got that purple and red man. He's talking about this is gonna be terrible without roads. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's something's roast. If I get one road. I can revive the rogues, but we don't have classic return yet, so if I do, I did die again. Centurion's in the back. Do I still have a Centurion? I put one in already, but it died. It died. not like fruit, even? Luscious is a taste? Did you use that to describe a taste? so bad. Minutes on that. But we got 51 keys already. Well, when the chests come back, or the skins come back, we'll have enough to either get a skin. They usually start a skin at 40. It's usually 40, 60, 90, and then 150, and then 200. One stat of 400. Writing story. Should we use intense hard words or simple ones? Sentences. Tips on staying in a story. How do I hide information? Tell a twist when it's most interesting backdrop of story. Wonder without magic. Your personal writing rules, preferences regarding you include descriptions and notes. Using the word was in fantasy writing. Even though she was poor in large amounts of mana, she better be damn Jewish. I'm so sick of fantasy writers who don't know what the fuck mana is. Look it up. Specifically on my thumb. Right below where it gets stuck. English only. His rules are pretty simple. I gave up on rules. Nobody listens to rules. I just ban everybody now. You know what? If you're such a jackass that you can't be a good person without a set of rules, I probably don't want you in my chat anyways. Good people don't need to be told to do good things. Only a retarded jackass who is just an evil son of a bitch anyways needs to be told, oh, you shouldn't be doing that, that's kind of bad. Yeah. This is where we use epic mod. He's having a problem with trolls posting in the chat. He's telling his mods down. He's sick of it. Now, you also have an area where we could visit. I say now, we don't have an epic on it. What a temple here. I was taught in many of my college writing classes too, that include descriptive prose in you're not American if they taught you prose was something you put in writing. Prose is a type of poetry. That descriptive prose in a story should only be done in service to the plot. So, for example, if a character's hair length isn't important, well, a character's hair length is always important in all of my stories. Has it ever not been important? The only other author that I've ever seen do that is Andrzej Sapkowski. That's another. Also, in the novels, Avallac'h has long hair like a Quaraun. Goes all the way down to his ankles, it says that. Anyway. I wonder why you read the novels. You, who writes these weird elves. You, who writes a weird transvestite elf who likes wearing silk and lace, has Rapunzel hair that goes down to his ankles, and is castrated. I wonder why you might possibly like a transvestite elf who wears silk and lace and has hair that goes down to his ankles and was castrated. Gee, I wonder why I like Avallac'h, who is exactly like Quaraun in, way too many ways. Quaraun predates Andrzej Sapkowski's Avallac'h by almost 30 years. But yeah, character hair length is very important to the plot line. I agree with you. I wonder what kind of visual is invoked in the minds of people who recommend service in the plot. For me, it has a very animal husbandry ring to it. Anyway, a plot is just the skeleton of the story. Bowing down and worshiping it, treating everything in the story as subservient to its mighty boniness is just weird. I agree with that. That's exactly what I say all the time. If the story works better for the reader with the passage included, also, where is Yennefer's hair in both the game and the Netflix series? Because Yennefer's hair is a major plot point. Yennefer's massive, gigantic afro that can't fit through doors because it is so huge. She just, she can't walk on the trees because, my hair is hanging in the tree. Wait a minute. I can't cast a spell. I can't. Yeah, I know, Geralt. My hair. Where is that in the game and the Netflix series? Because that was a major plot point. Every other page, Yennefer. Oh, wait, my hair. No, my hair's caught in this door. Oh, no, my hair stuck in the horse. Oh, my hair. Where is that hair in the Netflix series? Netflix says, oh, we weren't inspired by the novel, but we just went by the game. Novel, we weren't inspired by the game. No, look at the short and straight hair on Yennefer. No, her hair isn't dragging along behind her, getting caught in doors, and I'm being caught. Oh, Geralt, I can't help you, my hair is stuck in the door. Where is that in the Netflix series and the game? Jennifer's hair was a massive plot point. Yeah, because black people have afros that are everywhere. So that's why Andres Pelsky writes them. There's a thought. So, why is a white person acting out Jennifer? Or why is Jennifer white in the game? Again, hell of a lot of main characters in the Witcher novels were black. Ciri with her onyx skin. I have an onyx here. Where's my onyx? We were talking about onyxes the other day. And I was like, hey, I've got one. Where is it? It's here. Onyx is a black stone. See how black it is against my white skin that is not white because, you know, Fran says I'm not white. But see how black onyx is? Ciri has onyx skin, just like Avallac'h, who also has onyx skin. You should never describe your character's hair unless it's a plot point. Yes, when somebody has 12-foot long hair and they can't do anything because my hair is wet, I would consider that a major plot point, wouldn't you? And you can't describe. Why? How many times have we written descriptions about hair? Is there a scene where we don't mention Quaraun's hair? He's obsessed with his hair, and that's why it's written that way. Gotta keep in mind, the Quaraun series is a prequel to the Twilight Manor series. And for many years, I've had people just... So who's this Grand High Emperor that everybody always talks about in the series, but you never see him in the series? Wait, who's that kid up there in the attic that won't come down? Why saw a horse in the basement? Nobody will talk about it. Everybody keeps them chained. I've always been there. It was never explained. Real-time pauses every time you narrate something. Yes. Pick a moment the way filmmakers do to describe your characters Not the way Resident Evil does. No. Resident Evil does the classic. Wake up, stand in the bathroom mirror, and talk about what I look like. In the game and the movies. When there's no reason to do that in a game or a movie. Watch Resident Evil, watch for it, you'll see it. Main character has to, oh, let me brush my blonde hair. Look at my big blue eyes. This is a movie. What are you doing? We can see you have blonde hair. We can see you have, why are you looking in the mirror? It's ridiculous enough when you see it in a novel. When you see it in a movie and you're like, this isn't a comedy. I mean, I could understand if it was something like Saturday Night Live and Mad TV and they're making fun of the fact that novels do that. No, this is a serious movie. And the character is doing. So one thing you've never heard a reader, I've never heard a reader say, Quaraun has long hair. Wait, I didn't know that. You can't not know that. Although I have heard, wait, Boomfuzzy has dreadlocks? When I was cosplaying him. Of course, the funny thing was, somebody actually noticed. Wait, so you're a white female cosplaying a black male? Yep. But I'm not white. Remember, Ku Klux Klan says so. You can see I'm not white, I am. This big white cross in my yard above my house because not white. What did they classify as not white? I mean, the guy who was out there parading around, you'd have a hard time telling that he wasn't from India. You'd think he was from India. He's one of the leaders of the local Ku Klux Klan. He could pass for black. Oh, this is just tan. I lay down the beach all the time. Oh, I got news for you. You know what? You're my father's first cousin. That means you're my second cousin. And guess what? Our great-grandmother was black. Have fun explaining that here, Ku Klux Klan group. The uncle who started the group that's called the Loyalist White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, or Loyal then to White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, that is the full title of them. The official, actual Ku Klux Klan, their actual name is the Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. It's a branch of the Templars. It was founded in the 1400s. A lot of people don't know that. Most people think of the Ku Klux Klan, they think Civil War era. Now it goes back to medieval times. They've been around a while. And I started in Spain. The Spanish Inquisition, they did it. Anyways, in order to become a member of the actual group that calls itself the Ku Klux Klan, as opposed to somebody who just puts on a white hood and says, I'm Ku Klux Klan. To become a member, there's a $600 a year annual fee. You get a card. Now, because it's a church and a political party, you have to register. When you register to vote, you register as a loyal white knight of the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, it's a political party. And when people want to know what religion you are, Baptist. Yes, Baptist Church. It's an official club of the Baptist Church. That says something. But in more recent years, when the DNA testing thing, like Ancestry.com that type of DNA testing became available, where you could just buy a kit and test yourself. So for about the past 10 years, in order to become a member of the Ku Klux Klan, the actual group, not the branches broke off, you are required to buy and pay for one of these tests, and they have a thing where you get it delivered to them, not you. So you order your Ancestry.com DNA test. They get it and they check it, and if you have even a shred of all the groups that they're not allowing you to have in you, you can't join. That includes some things that a lot of people would consider white, including Irish, Scottish, Jewish. Most of the groups of the Mediterranean, interestingly, including the Caucasus race. The Caucasus race is the Caucasians. In order to be classified as actually white by the Ku Klux Klan, you must descend from the Aryan bloodline, which is Dutch, Scandinavian, Finland, Poland, Norway. You have to be from one of those and have no DNA from anywhere else in the world. That's really hard to find. So, when they first started doing this, they went through and they tested all of their members worldwide, and they kicked out a lot of people because, guess what? You told us you were white, and look at this. You're 50% black. You got a Haitian bloodline. Look at you. You told us you were white. You're Irish. Is there anybody whiter than the Irish? I mean, look at Irish people. They are the whitest white you can possibly imagine. But, no, you're Irish. You're not white. Oh, all these things. And they ended up kicking out more than 70% of their members, people who had been members of the Ku Klux Klan for a very long time. Some of them who were people who were in their 80s, who had been members since they were in their teens. These were people who had been a member for 70 plus years, and when they got the DNA tests back, it's like, oh my god, you're not white. Well, when that started happening, one of my uncles, who was a member, I don't know why he claims to be white, because his mother is half Kickapoo. Her mother was a full-blooded Kickapoo Native American Indian, and her father was a full-blooded black Haitian man. He doesn't have a Haitian bloodline. He was from Haiti. He has a Beni Dahomey bloodline. She looked like a very dark-skinned Native American, and she had frizzy hair. There was no mistaking the fact this was a woman who was half Native American and half black. That was his mother. His father is Scottish. Another group that the Ku Klux Klan says is not white. So, also, Romanian apparently, his father. Another group, not white. So, he ended up, his DNA, he has no white in him at all. None. Not a drop. There is no white race showing up in his DNA test. He's mostly Native American, with a lot of Jewish, Semite, Hebrew Jewish, and over a third black. With my Uncle David, he was infuriated. I don't know why he didn't know he wasn't white, except I do. He's the one who used to say that his mother was half gorilla and half red orangutan. And he wouldn't have anything to do with her. And he claimed he was white by virtue of the fact that he shunned his mother. The half gorilla, half orangutan. He would not even believe she was human. That's that up. He convinced himself that the more he hated non-whites, the more he cleansed his DNA and became white. And he convinced himself of that because it says that in the Book of Mormon. He's a Mormon. It does say that in the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon says some strange things. It talks about the Lamanites, who are the Native Americans, according to the Book of Mormon. They call Native Americans Lamanites. And they called Europeans Nephites. So you had when you read the Book of Mormon, it talks about the battle between the Lamanites and the Nephites. It was the battle between Native Americans and Europeans. That's the word it uses. So the Lamanites / Native Americans were fighting with the Nephites / Europeans. And they end up converting the Lamanites to follow this stuff that the Nephites were talking about. And so this is after the New Testament time period. This is after Jesus has died and resurrected time period. According to the Book of Mormon, after this fight stopped, and Lamanites decided, you know what, we're going to accept Jesus into our life. In the Bible, it says Jesus washes away sin and makes you white as snow. So in the Book of Mormon, there's this scene where Jesus comes down. It talks about he flies down out of heaven, he descended from heaven, came down riding on a cloud, he starts talking to the Lamanites, you know, how good you are because you're joining forces with my white people over here. So he comes in and he starts washing these people, and he literally removes their dark skin, and in the twinkling of an eye, it says, their skin became whiter than the Nephites' skin, which made the Nephites mad. They're like, oh my God, they're whiter than us now. Jesus was pointed out, yeah, I made them white because they repented. You were my people, but you didn't repent. These people are whiter than you. I made them whiter than you because, you know, they're better than you. So, white equals good. And this is not a minor thing in the Book of Mormon. This is the primary story in the Book of Mormon that expands more than half the book. This is a huge story, the story with the Lamanites and the Nephites, where they become white. So much of the Mormon Church teachings is based on the fact, if you are a good person, Jesus will make you be born white. And if you are a bad person, your skin is progressively darker because in a previous lifetime you were evil. And the Mormon Church, also, if you don't know, I'm a Mormon. The Mormon Church teaches that people who are born with extremely black skin were incredibly evil in a previous lifetime and were punished by having their skin painted black, and they were born black so you could identify them as evil. The people who have extremely light skin, very, very white skin, were extremely good in a previous lifetime, so they were rewarded by being painted white, and they came out of the whitest. And you could tell a person's sin level by what shade they were, from the lightest to the darkest. The lightest were the goodest, the darkest were evilest, and varying levels of good and bad in between, depends on your shade. They stopped teaching it very recently. It was, I think, 2015. There was a huge lawsuit. A bunch of people, Native Americans and black, sued the church, and the church stopped teaching that. But that is something the church has taught for 300 years. So, he is a 4th generation Mormon. I'm a 5th generation Mormon. He had this in his head he's now in his 80s. He's almost 90 years old now. But he had this in his head. It was just completely stuck in his head. The idea that he's one of the lighter skinned ones in the family, and he can pass for white. And most of his brothers can't pass for white. He could. So he came to the conclusion he was better than everybody else. And because his mother was so dark, she was extremely evil. So when the Ku Klux Klan did this whole DNA testing, and he turned out, you know what, you're not white, you can't be a member anymore. He was like, wait a minute. But the Mormon Church teaches. And they're like, we don't give a shit what the Mormon Church teaches. You cannot erase your DNA by proclaiming how good you are. We don't care how good you are. You can't change what your DNA is. He couldn't accept that. So him and his son Shem and his daughter Yvonne, the three of them got together and started a new group, because the original group is called the Loyal White Knights. They called their group the Loyalist, loyal with an EST. The Loyalist White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The Loyalist White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan more loyal than the Loyal White Knights. And their group is for people who can't pass the Ku Klux Klan DNA test to prove they're white. So it's people who aren't white, but can prove how white they are by how many non-whites they harass and kill and all that stuff. He's also wanted by the FBI, I guess. Another thing I should probably point out. He claims to have killed 14 police officers. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what he claims. He claims he killed 14 police officers in Colorado and Wyoming. I don't know if he did or not. I have no way of knowing. It's just the thing he claims. He's somebody who can't tell a lie, so he probably did kill them. He's got some type of a weird where It's like he physically can't tell a lie. He goes into a seizure if he tries to. It's really bizarre. It's one of those things where you would have to see it happen to realize how bizarre this is. So when he says, yeah, shot 14 police officers, he doesn't follow them having seizures, because I tend to think it's probably true. But again, it's something that happened in the 70s and 80s when he was living in Wyoming and Colorado. So, who knows? How'd we get off on that? I don't remember. Oh yeah. People don't know Boom Fuzzy's black. Okay. How is it possible to read the novels and not know Boom Fuzzy's black? I mean, even in the novel titled Boom Fuzzy, this one, even in the novel titled Boom Fuzzy, OBS just froze. It's like, don't care that you're trying to do something. Just decide I'm gonna work again. There it goes. I clicked on it and it expanded it really big and then froze. And I was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? I was trying to move it, not make it bigger. But this one here, Boom Fuzzy, the one with the gingerbread house on the cover. When you read that one, which we're in the process of doing what's that? This is it right here. This is the one we're editing, that's why that's the one that's there. When you read it, when Boom Fuzzy is introduced, you get several descriptions of him pointing out that this is a shapeshifter. If I can find them. The first one, when you first see him, it's a wanted poster. Here it is. Quaraun's got this wanted poster. Quaraun, it says he's 75 here, and then it also explains that in elf years that's the equivalent of a 15-year-old child. So Quaraun's really young in this story. It's the only story where you see Quaraun young. Quaraun is elderly old elf wizard. He's an elderly old wizard in the rest of the series, but in this one story it's a flashback. It's a flashback telling how he became this necromancer that he is in the rest of the series. And Quaraun has a hair fetish, a really bad one. He hasn't cut his hair ever in his entire life. He's 75 years old. His hair at this point, you can see how many times we say hair in just that 3 paragraphs. He's very vain, very superstitious. It tells the fact that he didn't want to be a wizard. his mother, he had the ability to do, elves have the ability to do all kinds of powerful things that people can't do. But they train for it, and Quaraun was just doing stuff without training for it when he was 3 years old. And so his mother's got this whole idea that, oh, he must be a chosen one because there was some prophecy. Who the hell knows if he is or not? That's not the point. She ends up, because she believes he is, she wants to take him to these priests that are really powerful wizards, and they train very powerful wizards. And in the process of getting ready to do that, she ends up getting killed. And Quaraun's father murders her. And Quaraun witnesses it, and he's a toddler, he's barely more than a baby, and nobody believes him. And his father sets it up to look like, I didn't kill her. It was an accident. She fell off a cliff, but she has still never had head smashed in. I didn't smash her head in. So nobody believes Quaraun when he tells people, no, that ain't what happened. That's not true. He killed her. I saw him. He smashed her head in with a rock, and then he jumped on her brain. And you see the scene. You do see the scene where he kills Quaraun's mother. And so you know what Quaraun saw. And then you see the scene where Quaraun is trying to tell people, and they're like, you know what? He's 3 years old. He doesn't know what he saw. So his father ends up not being, he never gets punished or arrested or anything. And that becomes an issue with the father, who is like, you know what? This kid is pretty adamant that I killed his mother, and I did kill his mother, and I'm gonna beat the hell out of him now to make him stop talking about it. So he starts beating Quaraun all the time. Quaraun's father's older brother is like, he's gonna kill this kid. I mean, he believes Quaraun. He believes Quaraun that, yeah, my brother's a dick. He probably did kill his wife. So he's like, you know what? She wanted this kid to become a wizard. That's what she was getting ready to do. I'm gonna contact these priests and have them come over here, pick up this kid, take him away. They've got a place, take him. Because his father's going to kill him if we don't. So we got to get him out of here. So the priests come and they take Quaraun. And they take Quaraun when he's 9 years old. His mother dies when he's 3, and his father's beaten him up for years. And the uncle's like, you know what? We gotta help this kid. So he sends him off to live with these mages, and that's how he becomes a wizard. But you're constantly seeing Quaraun talking about the fact that he doesn't really like magic and stuff. He doesn't want to be a mage. He's just good at it. So he does it because everybody expects him to. Quaraun likes to sew. He's a weaver. He weaves cloth, and he embroiders it, and then he sews it into fancy kimonos and dresses and stuff, which he sells. He's a merchant. That is what he does. But he's also a mage because he's been taught all this stuff, and he knows how to do this stuff, so he can do this stuff. He just doesn't use it. At some point, and it does explain it, he gets a hold of a human Bible. Well, if you've ever read the Bible, not Christians in church, but read the actual Bible. Most ministers will tell you, oh, it's a sin for a man to have long hair. You can't have long hair. Oh, you can't be one of those hippies. Well, that didn't come from the Bible. That came from the Vietnam War. That didn't come from the Bible. In the Bible, there are many, many, many verses where men were punished by God if they dared cut their hair. One of the more prominent ones was Ananias, King David's son, with Bathsheba, where this kid it said he had long ropes of wool for hair. He had dreadlocks. And he's like, you know what? He should cut his hair. And everybody's trying to get this guy to cut his hair. And God's like, hey, guess what? You want him to cut his hair? Go ahead. I'll cut his head off. So he gets beheaded because he cut his hair. He's got this long, long hair. And everybody's like, you gotta cut your hair, you gotta cut your hair, you gotta cut your hair. So he cuts his hair. Now he's got shorter hair. And because it's shorter, when it was long, it hung down behind him. But now because it's shorter, it kind of stands up. And God's like, ha ha, hey, tree, run over there and grab that guy's hair. Tree reaches out, grabs the guy's hair. He keeps going. Here's his head over here in the tree. Ha ha, I'm God, I've got your head. You didn't know stuff was like that was in the Bible. You should read the Bible. There's weird stuff in the Bible. That's one of the weirder ones. But that was King David's son, and King David's like, oh my God. Wait, you're punishing me because I killed Bathsheba's husband by sending him to the front lines into war after I saw her in a bathtub. Oh my God. I'm going to pretend I'm a cow, and I'm going to go in a field and eat grass, and then I'm going to write Psalms for the next 40 years. And that's how the book of Psalms came to be written. Because the guy cut his hair. You go before that, and you get this other guy, who is the most famous long-haired character in the Bible. Samson. Samson and Delilah. Samson was this little tiny guy that defied logic. Because here's all these giant Philistines. You know, David already killed Goliath, but, you know, there's more of them. They act like Goliath. Most churches will act like Goliath was the only one. There was a whole race of them. They were called the Philistines. There was a bunch of them. So Samson comes along. And everybody's like, you can't fight. Look at you. You're a foot shorter than everybody else. You got no muscle. You're a skeleton. You're skinny. Yeah, you can't fight. Basically, the same story we already saw with David, who was this little kid. Have you read the Bible? Look at the picture books. David. Little kid, maybe 8 years old, fighting Goliath. Read the Bible. He's already got 37 wives by the time he fights Goliath. Little kid? Do you know how he fought Goliath? I mean, the picture books are like, yeah, he picked up a stone and he threw it. That's not what it says. Goliath is teasing everybody because the Philistines are already huge, but here's this guy who's even huger. They claim he's around 7 feet tall in actuality. People who have studied the Philistine race, and they're like, yeah, they had a genetic mutation. A lot of them were around 7 feet tall. So they think he was one of them. Which isn't really that tall when you look about it and think about it, but, I mean, I've got 2 uncles who are 7 feet tall. Fairly common to see people over 7 feet tall. It's not really that tall. So, this little knot kid, who already has 37 wives, walks out into the battlefield, and Goliath is taunting these people, and everybody's so scared. You know, well, another thing, have you seen how tall a Hebrew person is? Most Jewish men struggle to reach 5 feet tall. So yeah, somebody who's in the 4 foot to 5 foot range is definitely going to be scared of somebody who is 7 feet tall. So he's yelling at the Hebrew soldiers, and they won't fight. They're too scared. He's too big. David walks out, and he's the shortest of them. He walks out, you know what? I bet I can kill him with just this rock. And they start laughing at him. And he's like, how are you going to do that? He says, watch me. He walks out into the battlefield. He takes his clothes off. He starts masturbating. Look at my erection. Hey, hey, hey. While Goliath starts making fun of, oh my God, you call that an erection? Hey, look at mine. While this is happening, then David throws the stone because now he's not paying attention. He's really good aim. He's an archer. He's a shepherd who is an archer. This is something that was previously established. So he's a really good aim. He hits him right between the eyes and the forehead. It goes through his head like a bullet. Shatters his brain. He got Goliath to stop moving by standing there with no clothes on, masturbating. How many Bible stories that you see picture books tell you that? That's how the Bible describes that story. Then he takes Goliath's own sword, cuts off Goliath's head, doesn't put his clothes back on, and does a Lady Godiva down the middle of the road. And because, you know, King David, another thing to consider, not a little kid. Next in line to be king. This has already been declared before this point. A lot of picture books will tell you, now that he's killed Goliath, we make him king. No, he was already next in line to be king. So now, the regent King David picks up Goliath's head and marches down the street naked. Gets into the plaza square and declares, every woman in the town right now who has watched me walk down the street naked, you are now my concubines. More than 700 women are immediately strapped into chains, taken to his castle, and become his concubines. That's where he got his 700 concubines. Again, how many children picture books or ministers in your church tell you that version of the story, which is the version that is the actual Bible story when you read the Bible itself? Not the tutti frutti stuff where the people are like, oh, so we'll skip over all these parts where, you know, we don't want to tell our kids David's masturbating here. Let's skip over that part. Oh, they're making fun about penises. No, let's skip over that part. Oh no, he's imprisoning all these women. Skip over that part. So, after that, Philistines are still fighting. You have another Hebrew who comes along and he's like, I'm gonna fight. And everybody's, you can't fight, you look at you. And then what do you see in the picture books? Massive, incredible Hulk-looking guy with his bandana around his eyes and his long hair, carrying a bow. There's always a leg bow. In the actual Bible story, he was a little teeny weeny tiny guy, and they all picked on him because he was so small. But he never cut his hair, and he never cut his hair, and he never cut his hair. And Rapunzel, let down your hair. This guy never cut his hair, and his hair reached his feet. Not, oh, he's got a little bit, you know, maybe almost shoulder length like you see in the children's picture books. No. According to the Bible, this guy's hair dragged on the ground. He never cut his hair. And because he never cut his hair, he could just walk into anywhere and be, hey, You know what? I don't like you. Boom, you're a snake. Hey, look, he turned into a snake. Oh, not that nice. Hey, you know what? Moses parted water. I never cut my hair. Let me part the water. Boom! No, water is parted. Hey, guess what? Jesus ain't the only one who turned water into wine. I have long hair. Let me point at the water and it's gonna turn into wine. Jesus also isn't the only person who ever walked on water. I never cut my hair. I'm gonna go walk on some water. Hey, look, I can walk on water. I never cut my hair. So this guy who never cut his hair, this woman is like, oh my God, look at his hair. She comes along, she's the queen. She comes along and she's like, I gotta have this guy's hair. He has so much power in his hair. If I take his hair and turn it into a wig, can you imagine what a sorceress I'll be? Okay. So that's what her whole thing is. I must cut his hair. I must cut his hair. How do I cut his hair? I know. Let me take my clothes off and run around in front of him. Nope, I don't have sex. I don't cut my hair and I don't have sex. Go away. So you get this whole big long thing of how many times can I shake my boobs versus, yeah, I know I'm having an erection, but, you know, my hair is more important. Get out of here. Finally, there's this big war. The Philistines are back, and the Hebrews are like, you know what? This guy's crazy. He hasn't cut his hair in, you know, 60 or 70 years. Thinks he could do it. Let's send him to the front line. So Samson comes along and he's like, I'll go to the front line. Hey, guess what? I'm not going to take any weapons though. I have long hair. I don't need weapons. I'm going to take the jawbone of an ass, which is donkey. I'm going to take this. There's this bone laying here. It's a jawbone of an ass. You watch me kill every single person in that army. Yes, watch him kill every single person in the army. In the children's picture books, he comes in with his bone. It's always like a big femur, like bone in the drawings. He comes in with his bone, and it's like, bonk on the head, you're dead. Bonk on the head, you're dead. Bonk on the head, you're dead. That's not what the Bible says. Have you ever seen a jawbone? A jawbone, you know, this bone that's shaped like a boomerang right here. Well, it was commonly used to make knives in biblical time period. So you file it down and file it down and file it down and file it down and hey, gee, this looks familiar. I bet every Jewish rabbi has one of these. This is why every Jewish rabbi has one of these knives. This is the story of, hey, guess what? So Samson comes in and he's like, you know what? All these Philistines, you know what we learned when they were fighting David? They like penises. They love their foreskins. I'm going to take this jawbone of this ass and I'm going to kill everybody by shoving it up their penis and pulling their foreskin off. And put it in my bag. Shove it up a penis, pull the foreskin off. Stick it in a bag. Shove it up a penis, pull the foreskin off. Shove it in a bag. A bag full of 700 plus penises later, he goes to the king. All the men are dead. They bled to death, you know, because I cut their penises off with this jawbone of an ass. Look, here's all these foreskins as proof. And the king's like, oh my God. Circumcise everybody. God says, circumcise everybody. You can kill your entire army. Oh my God, we can't let our entire army die from death by having foreskin cut off. Circumcise the entire army. And thus circumcision became a thing of Jewish culture. Meanwhile, Delilah's like, oh my God, look at that. All those penises in this bag. From that guy with the long hair. If you read the Quaraun stories, you're starting to see a trend of, wow. Have you really spent all these years retelling the story of Samson? Yes. So Samson keeps all the foreskins in a bag on his hip because years go by, and everybody's like, "Are you really Samson? I mean, you can't tell by the fact that I've got this long hair." Well, because of you, there's other men who won't cut their hair now, so it's hard to tell. I mean, you know, everybody's got 12-foot long hair. Oh, well, look, I've got my bag full of foreskins here. See, 700 foreskins on my jawbone of the ass. These are the prophets of the Bible. This guy spends the rest of his life carrying a bag full of foreskins with him. Prophet of God. Delilah's still chasing him. He's still... No, I've got my bag of foreskins. I don't need boobs. I ain't interested in boobs. I got a foreskin fetish. See, I got a bag of foreskins. I remember the first time I heard that. I was 9 years old the first time I heard that. And everybody is, you know, the Atwaters. My question was, so what's a foreskin? That was, oh my God. That wasn't the lesson we were trying to teach you. Okay. But you just made me read a story that said the word foreskin several hundred times. Finally, Delilah's like, kidnap him, tie him down to the bed, rape him, then cut off his hair, and then let's take our jawbone of the ass and stab out his eyes. Why do you add that part? I don't know. That's a thing in the Bible, though. Constantly. Every other story in the Bible. Oh my God. Stab their eyes out. So now she has his hair and she's turned it into a wig because I'm the most powerful sorceress of the whole world now. I have Samson's long hair. Samson is now convinced he can't do anything. My hair, oh, it's gone. So he sits there and he won't do anything. And everybody's like, it's all in your mind. You didn't get your strength from your hair. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna take my hair, I'm gonna take this bitch, I'm gonna go stand under this pillar, and I've gotta flatten it, and the whole city's gonna fall down on top of everybody like a stack of dominoes. And it does. He kills himself, he kills her, he kills everybody in the city, but he rescued his hair. So Quaraun gets a hold of a Bible and he reads this story and he's like, oh my God, hair, it makes you powerful. So Quaraun won't cut his hair. And that's what this is talking about. But Quaraun becomes obsessed with hair on extreme fetish. Lusting after long-haired man, nor every race and species, had become a bad habit for Quaraun. Elves, dwarves, humans, gnomes, demons, fairies, marrows, trolls, goblins, merfolk, Urzrig, Diandites, ptarmigans, pixies. God, I hate pixies. Quaraun muttered, why am I thinking about pixies? Quaraun looked down at the paper in his hand. How long had he been holding it? He didn't know. He didn't remember taking it out of his bag. And so it just keeps going on and on and on and on until you get to... Now it's going to start talking about the paper he is holding. However, there we go. Quaraun's obsession with hair defied any sense of logic, and it was his hair fetish that spurred him into joining the guild. The guild meeting often taught the guild meetings there should be an S there, often talked about the topic of long hair. Many debates there were on the question of did or did not a wizard get his power from his hair. Remember, this is 800 AD. Yes, 800 AD. Same time as St. Patrick and Pope Leo. Wizards were a superstitious lot, and a bunch of the wizarding community did in fact believe that a mage's hair grounded them, and the longer their hair, the more powerful they were. This was an actual superstition in Bible times, and 800 AD is still Bible times. The disciples who wrote about Jesus, they lived in 800 AD. 800 AD is when the New Testament was written, 800 years after Jesus died. The people who wrote the New Testament, they never met Jesus. A lot of people don't realize that. Quaraun had the longest hair of all, so everyone in the guild just automatically assumed he must be the most powerful wizard, though they had never seen him do any magic. However, there was one wizard who had hair longer than Quaraun. It looked short because it was dreadlocked, but this is the one that we just wrote the other day and added to. And we hadn't added it yet, you can tell. You know what? I bet that's an autocorrect. Everyone knows a braid is only 1/3 the length of its unbraided state. And so the wizard, who was famous for his 4-foot-long dreadlocks, was deemed the most powerful mage of all because unbraided, his hair was over 12 feet long. But this wizard with hair longer than Quaraun's was never in attendance at the guild meetings. In fact, he wasn't even a member of the guild at all. This infuriated Finderoo, founder of the guild, for he had taken it upon himself to make the laws and tell all wizards what they could and could not do. And for a wizard to not obey Finderoo's laws, well, that was just completely unthinkable by Finderoo's mind. And so up went the wanted posters, wanted dead or alive, the elf eater of Pepper Valley. Finderoo wanted the elf eater's head. Quaraun wanted the elf eater's hair. There it is. You hear me say that a lot. There's that line. Finderoo wanted the elf eater's head. Quaraun wanted the elf eater's hair. Quaraun was mesmerized by the drawings of the elf eater on the wanted posters. Quaraun had never met the elf eater. Few had. He was an illusionist and a shapeshifter. But one look at his wanted poster, and Quaraun could see the elf eater had beautiful hair. Wild hair, unkept hair, unbrushed, a long tangled mess, exotic in its pure feralness, huge masses of untamed dreadlocks. Quaraun's lust for the elf eater's hair. I'm going to put that because I started to say it. It said Quaraun's lust for the elf eater burned uncontrollably, but I'd begun to change it. Quaraun's lust for the elf eater's hair burned uncontrollably. From the first time he laid eyes on the dreadlocks he saw in the wanted poster, that the elf eater was a serial killer, a rapist, a murderer, and a practitioner of the dark arts, the darkest arts, mattered not to Quaraun, for all he could think about was his burning desire to meet the elf eater and run his fingers through the woolly dreadlocks. And this is the very first description you get of Boom Fuzzy. This is literally the first time Boom Fuzzy is described. So you're immediately introduced to the fact that this guy's got big dreadlocks. And it continues on. Indeed, every I know I'm not going to be able to read all of this. Indeed, every famous and very powerful wizard had a glorious head of hair, and those who grew beards had matching beards that they often tripped over. The Elf Eater of Pepper Valley was the most famous wizard the world had ever known. Was often used as an example in the wizarding textbooks of why a wizard should never cut their hair. Throughout the series, it expands more on that. He's one of the first wizards. He's over 2,000 years old. In 800 AD, he's already 2,000 years old. And they believe it's because he never cut his hair. People have these wizards are like trying to be scientists, trying to analyze how did this guy get so powerful so that we can be powerful too. And that's why they all start growing their hair long, because that is the conclusion they come up with. He's never cut his hair. This has got to be it. And several people end up becoming very powerful wizards who also haven't cut their hair, and so they're like, yep, that was it. The Elf Eater of Pepper Valley, most famous wizard the world had ever known, was often used as his example. King Avallac'h, for this was the Elf Eater's name, was said to be well over 2,000 years old and had never cut his hair a day in his life. All who claimed to see him could never describe his face or his body or how he dressed, because they were always too mesmerized by his massive dreadlocks. Huge dreadlocks that reached nearly to the ground and were woven full of bones and floating ribbons. Of course, those who saw him never lived to tell the tale, as he was an evil necromancer, blood sorcerer, illusionist, and serial killer whom had built an army of undead and marched across the planet, mass murdering all who were unfortunate enough to cross his path. King Avallac'h had no royal blood. He was just a mage who'd grown very powerful, become undefeatable, and went on a killing spree across the earth, leaving a mile-wide path of bloodshed everywhere he went. He had built himself an army of liches and crowned himself king of the undead. Then later swept through the realm of Fae, slaughtering every king of every nation, and crowning himself the king of the fairies. No beast was more feared than the Elf Eater of Pepper Valley. Quaraun was fascinated by the Elf Eater. Fascinated was probably not big enough a word. Big enough? Not a big enough word for it. I read that completely backwards of what that was written there. Fascinated was probably not a big enough word for it. There we go. Quaraun was obsessed with the Elf Eater. Like a screaming fangirl, Quaraun grabbed up every book he could find about the mysterious evil wizard. Quaraun's fascination with the Elf Eater had been very worrisome for the Daijin. For the Daijin were masters of wish-granting and had taught Quaraun this art, but Quaraun had used it to set about wishing to meet the Elf Eater. Unfortunately, he had done this before mastering the art of granting wishes. Fortunately, it says fortunately, I read unfortunately. So he never summoned the Elf Eater to the Daijin temple, as he had attempted to do many times. But those days were gone, for the Daijin were dead. Dead because Quaraun had wished it so. He hadn't meant to kill the Daijin. This part is not edited. I know this part's not edited because we were in the process of rewriting it, and I just took it out the other day and rewrote it all and then put it back in. It's like longer and reworded, and it's not been edited yet, so we're probably going to run into stuff. We're in the process of rewriting this novel. Yeah, it's a longer expanded edition. Dead because Quaraun had wished it so. He hadn't meant to kill the Daijin. It had been a wish spoken out of turn, spoken in anger, spoken without thinking. But it was a wish nevertheless, and now all the Daijin were dead. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of mages had turned into ash. to save the life of a tiny black Shetland pony. And now here is the second description of the elf eater of Pepper Valley. A strange black unicorn that had appeared mysteriously one night in the desert while Quaraun was reading a book about the elf eater, and had mentally unconsciously wished to meet the famous beast. I don't want to go to Avallac'h. I want to find the elf eater. I wish I knew where to find him. When it quotations, it goes out of thought. Thought has no quotations. Now we're in dialogue. Quaraun was brought out of his thoughts of the elf eater, the dead Daijin, and his beloved little pony by a sudden gust of wind. Point out here that I stopped to point this out. He just made another wish. Quaraun was brought out of his thoughts of the elf eater, the dead Daijin, and also, we're jumping in the middle of a chapter here. Quaraun's walking in a blizzard in the snow. He's lost, and he sat down to sit here and try to figure out, where the hell do I go? I'm lost in the snow. We skipped ahead of that, past that, and he pulls out a wanted poster of the elf eater. Starts thinking about the pony, which he thinks about a lot, and now he's on the road to Avallac'h. If you know the story of Quaraun, if you've read the novels, and you've read this one, or you've read any of them, you're always going to hear mention of the road to Avallac'h. We are right now reading the scene of the road to Avallac'h. So, it's going to reach a point where I can't read it anymore. I don't want to go to Avallac'h. I want to find the elf eater. I wish I knew where to find him. Quaraun was brought out of his thoughts of the elf eater, the dead Daijin, and his beloved little pony by a sudden gust of wind that sent a pine branch full of snow down in front of him. Stop auto-saving. I'm trying to scroll the page. You almost hit me. Quaraun stared at the broken limb, which now closed off the path ahead of him. He was too busy thinking about the fallen limb to notice he had just uttered a wish, or notice that black clouds were filling the sky around him. He was also preoccupied to notice that he was in the tundra. Notice a pine tree just fell down in front of him? Okay. He was in the tundra, in the deepest depths of the deep north, where there were no pine trees. It was too cold for pine trees. Had Quaraun been smarter, he would have paid less attention to his wet shoes and more attention to the vast acres of giant pine trees sprouting up around him like a huge mushroom ring after a thunderstorm. But Quaraun wasn't noticing the impending arrival of the forest of no return, or the tiny black pony standing on the hill watching him. The little black pony with the gleaming silver horn and a long black mane many decades ago braided and left unbrushed, now flowing in wild dreadlocks down to the horse's hooves. You're missing an apostrophe S. No, Quaraun was too busy looking down at his tickle-me-pink brocade slippers. I forgot I put that there. I was like, his slippers are pink. What do we put there? And I just wrote tickle-me-pink until we left it in. I was like, tickle-me-pink, tickle-me-Elmo. That's what the thought that went in my head. And I was like, tickle-me-pink. Okay. We'll put something else there later, and we never did. It just stayed there. My feet are wet. Quaraun sat down in the snow. His hair was wet, his feet were red. He was cold, he was hungry, he was lost, he was tired and lonely. So very lonely. He didn't know where Avallac'h was. He didn't want to see his father or his sisters. He wanted to find out where the elf eater lived and go there. A foolish thought, as Quaraun was an elf and King Avallac'h was called the elf eater precisely because he ate elves. But Quaraun was a bit too stupid to think of that. Also, yes, Quaraun is very stupid. He's borderline retarded. He is. I've had people point that out. They're like, he is so damn retarded. And I'm like, he is. He is written that way on purpose. People have called him too stupid to live. Yes, Quaraun is way too stupid to live. He's a ditz. But Quaraun was a bit too stupid to think of that, just like he was too stupid to not keep starting sentences with the deadly phrase, I wish. And we're looking for, wait a minute. We're looking for just descriptions. I'm not reading this whole thing. We're looking for just descriptions of the elf eater. And this is going back to his father. Okay, wait a minute. Skip this part for now. It's not important for the topic of conversation that we were talking about, which was describing Boom Fuzzy. These are... Nope, that's the High Elves. The Lords of Madness, rulers of the Humanity, gods in their own private and sanctuary. The Moon Elves. Yep. I use actual Native American names for actual places when they're available. Ah, okay. Wait a minute. The Thulids. Alright, let's go back up here. Crowned themselves kings as the Moon Elves. The Moon Elves retreated to the deep north, while the few races to survive the flood banded together in a desperate attempt to rebuild their crippled world. After many months of watery terror, the floodwaters went down, and while nations tried to rebuild, a new enemy arose from the depths of the ocean. This is actually talking about, which I just skipped it, and there's more later that explains it in more detail, and there's other stuff that, the flood of Noah's Ark in the Quaraun series is described as having been caused by a huge, what some people thought was a meteor that crashed into the ocean, and what other people, Quaraun being one of them, know to have been a spaceship that crashed into the ocean, and it was the Thulids who arrived. And that's why, again, I'm skipping lots of it because we're looking for a specific thing, because I was talking about a specific thing. So we're not reading the whole story. And that's what this is referencing. Which, this is all stuff, if you're a regular reader of the series, you would have already known a lot of this stuff, and I have to explain it to you because if you've not read it, you're just watching this video, you have no clue what I'm talking about now. After many months of watery terror, the floodwaters went down, and while nations tried to rebuild, a new enemy arose from the depths of the ocean. Sightings of strange tentacle beasts began to be reported by sailors. Stories of monsters pulling ships below the waves, and later resurfacing the dead crew, their undead bodies animated, the heads of the dead men replaced with squids. If you don't know what a mind flayer is, these are mind flayers, and a mind flayer is a copyrighted character, so I had to change a lot. The Quaraun series is based off of Dungeons & Dragons games that I played. One of the characters I played in Dungeons & Dragons was a mind flayer priest named Avallac'h. And in order to have him in the Quaraun series as a character, I had to change the entire race he was into something different. This is what that is and how that came to be. Their undead bodies animated the heads of the dead men replaced by squids. The alien squid-headed beasts soon left the ocean in search of more bodies into which to implant their young. Soon the world forgot about the terror of the moon elves, as a new terror walked among them, the Thulids. Little was known of the Thulids, and where they came from was unclear. You know what, that sounds better if it's just little was known of the Thulids. Where they came from was unclear. All that was really known was that these were the last survivors of a planet whose sun was blown up and burned its solar system. Their goals, however, were very clear: capture all life and take control of the planet. Captives were divided into 3 groups: food, slaves, and host bodies for implanting the young. While the squid-headed Thulids were the ones most people saw, there were also bird-headed and octopus-headed Thulids, likewise easy to detect by their outward appearance. But what few people knew was there were others who never hatched out of their hosts' heads and walked among the world undetected, the jellies, the jellyfish. The most well-known of the Thulids were the Daijin. This is why I went back to this point rather than going ahead, because the Daijin are what most people would know as mind flayers. Most well-known of the Thulids were the Daijin, a cult-like group of wizard priests whose one goal in life was to worship and protect a tiny pink jellyfish whom they called the Grand High Emperor of the Triple Planets. Now, if you were somebody who was coming to the Quaraun series from the Twilight Manor series, which it spun off of, you would recognize this immediately as, oh, this is the guy who built the Twilight Manor. This is Senta, King of the Sun. Yes, it is. The Grand High Emperor of the Triple Planets, also known as the Sacred Pink Jellyfish, is a little teeny-weeny tiny pink jellyfish, described as being about 2 inches, originally about 2 inches, and then later described as the size of an apple. It's a tiny pink jellyfish, and it's very important that you know that. That's why I just told you that. The Daijin stood out among other Thulids by the bright pink robes that they wore, all heavily embroidered with jellyfish-like abstract patterns. An outward sign of their loyalty to the insane, immortal pink jellyfish that they worshipped. Jellyfish that is smelled of prey. A jellyfish who was also smelled of prey. In the temple of the Daijin sat one Thulid, Avallac'h the Great. That is the character I played in Dungeons and Dragons. In the temple of the Daijin sat one Thulid, Avallac'h the Great, who had served the Grand High Emperor for millennia. It was his job to carry with him everywhere he went a small round glass bowl of water, in which lived a tiny pink jellyfish that was the ruler of all the Thulids. Dozens of Daijin priests, trained as fierce warriors, guarded Avallac'h, who guarded their precious pink jellyfish. For centuries, Avallac'h stood at his post until one day rumor rose of an army of liches. That an army of liches had arrived from the north and fear struck the old Thulid's heart. As powerful as the Thulid were, they were no match for liches, especially not liches built by the evil Fukin necromancer Quaraun, king of the fairies. Everyone knew Quaraun, the elf eater of Pepper Valley. Everybody knew of. Okay, I skipped a word. I was like, wait, that didn't sound right. Everybody knew of Quaraun, the elf eater of Pepper Valley, a power-hungry, shape-shifting Fuka who for nearly 1,000 years had been slaughtering elves and fairies and had recently begun targeting Thulid villages. Rumors were circulating that Quaraun was looking for the Thulid's infamous Jellyfish King, and with the Elf Eater's army seen marching across the desert of the Daizen, Avallac'h gathered up the Grand High Emperor and fled. Terror seized every Thulid on the planet when news of the kidnapped jellyfish went out across the land, and try as they might, they could not find the squid-headed priest or his tiny pink ward. A new war broke out, this time between the Thulids and the fairies, but in the end the king was gone, and for centuries there was no word of what had happened to Avallac'h or the sacred pink jellyfish. Fearing the Grand High Emperor was dead, the Thulids fell into mourning. There was an extra word there. Outside the temple of the Daizen, a herd of wild ponies gathered. No one could explain where they had come from. They simply appeared one night out of nowhere. It's a new scene. I am going to do that. Outside the temple of the Daizen, a herd of wild ponies gathered. No one could explain where they had come from. They simply appeared one night out of nowhere, as if wished into existence. Oh no, the Daizen knew what had happened, who they were, how they had arrived. Quaraun, in his young youthful innocence, spent many hours staring at the wanted poster of King Avallac'h, Elf Eater of Pepper Valley, brushing his hair and lusting for the Elf Eater. I wish, those horrible deadly words. The Daizen regretted teaching Quaraun wish spells, for he used them often, without thinking, a bad habit. And that night, the night the little black unicorn with the gleaming silver horn arrived in the desert, Quaraun had absent-mindedly said, I wish, while voicing his childish desires to meet the Elf Eater. And they came, tumbling out of the sky, ripped from their homelands and spit out of a portal into the desert. Thousands of little miniature shaggy black horses, no larger than goats. They roamed the desert of the Daizen, in places no horse could survive, feeding on what no one knew. At the head of the herd marched the smallest pony of all, a strange-looking pony with wild matted braids in its mane and tail, and a gleaming silver horn shining upon its head. Where the Daizen went, the tiny unicorn and its mysterious ghost-like herd of Shetland ponies followed. But they followed not the Daizen, no, they followed Quaraun. One day, rumors began to circulate that the unthinkable had been done, and the Grand High Emperor himself had been implanted into the body of a host. Soon, Thulid raiding parties were searching the villages of Thulid spawnlands. This should be another thing, which I thought was here. Wait a minute. I try to. It's in this novel. I know it's in this novel. I just try to remember which chapter it's in. Soon Thulid raiding parties were searching villages for Thulid spawnlings in a desperate search to find their missing king. And everywhere the Thulid went, the small black. Oh, so I'm reading words that aren't there. The small black unicorn followed, watching, waiting for the day when the Daijin would return to their temple with their beloved sacred pink jellyfish in tow. While Avallac'h himself was never found, the Daijin stopped searching when they received a desperate plea for help from the Moon Elves, of all people. Among other things, the Daijin were known as great healers, and the Moon Elves had in their midst a mad child they knew not what to do with. A child that had 6 years prior been attacked by Thulids and was suspected of now being a spawnling. The Moon Elves were used to insanity in their kin. It was natural to them. What wasn't natural was a small elfling named Quaraun, only 9 years old, who one day walked out into the village and said to the other elflings, "I wish you would all drop dead." Immediately they obediently obeyed, and every elfling in the village dropped dead. Were the child not that does say where? Were the child not the crown prince and the only male heir of the royal family, the Moon Elf villagers would have stoned the strange child to death. In fact, they tried to, and his uncle, the king, immediately locked the child in the tower of the Moon Elf castle and sent a message to the Daijin. No one in the village understood this, for it was unlike their king to contact any outsider. He wouldn't associate with lesser races of elves, let alone a demonic beast like a Thulid, and yet, here they were. The Thulid's infamous Daijin priest standing in their village, with the Moon Elf king handing the only male heir over to them. It shocked everyone, and when the Daijin returned to their temple with Quaraun in tow, they called off their search for their missing pink jellyfish and focused all their attention on the Moon Elf instead. All around the Daijin temple, the armies of little black ponies watching and waiting. There's a word missing there. All around the Daijin temple were is not right. I'm gonna put were. We can fix it later. If we don't fix it later, it's now were. Were the armies of little black ponies watching and waiting. Every day for 7 decades, the little Moon Elf left the temple to watch the wild ponies playing in the river. All the ponies kept their distance save one, the one with the gleaming silver horn. Then one day, when Quaraun arrived at the river, he found the Daijin waiting. The ponies fled in terror, but few escaped the wrath of the Daijin, and the black unicorn watched in terror as the Thulid slaughtered his army. The young elf stood over the dead ponies in tears. With the herd of ponies dead, the Thulid turned upon the unicorn, but they didn't live long enough to kill him. "You'll not kill my unicorn," was the last words the Thulids heard. The unicorn watched as every last Daijin withered away and died in horrific agony under the wrath of their beloved pink jellyfish. That is the second description of Bloom Fuzzy. Ah, here's the part. It is here. I knew it was in here. It was a little bit later also. I've been sitting here for 4 hours. I need to go to the bathroom. And I need to get a drink. So I'm going to go get a drink. Go to the bathroom. Get a drink. Finish reading this when I get back. I'll be right back. I didn't get back, obviously. So, Ben's here. We need to go to the store. So I'm gonna have to stop. I'll pick this back up where we left off. And I'm not sure if I'll, because I'm gonna have to edit out all that long when it was nothing because I wasn't here. I might just continue recording the rest of this tonight and then attach it right to the end, so this video might not end here for you if you're on YouTube watching it. I don't know, because we were in the middle of talking about this. I should probably keep it with the rest, not a separate video. So I'll probably do that. Anyways, I have to go. If this video ends and you're not seeing it continuing on, go to the next video for the next part. Otherwise, it's probably going to be edited to attach it together, and we'll just continue on. Depending on how I edit it. I don't know. We'll see. See if I can remember and tack the two of these videos together so it's all one long video. Ben's having some type of a meltdown, you know, because who knows? I never know. Anyways, he's a man. So he screams. So he has to go to the store by himself. Because that's what men do. Again, so he screamed. I don't know. I didn't even know he was coming over. He shows up. I'm ready to go to the store. Okay? Alright. I guess. I'm looking for some short time and a good chest. And the minute is fairly long. Silver chest is an okay chest, not a good chest. Give these two something also because these are regulars. We'll get back to that in a minute. I know we had a jump from the thing, but it's been 4 hours for me since we ended that other video, so bit of a long time has passed on my end, even for you. This is all on video as it's supposed to be, in case I forget to tack it together, and it might not be, but it should be, hopefully. I have made over 50 videos so far, live streaming the editing of the Quaraun series in the past few weeks, and I haven't uploaded any of them to YouTube yet. So, I have to go through and upload all those, and this is like episode 53 or something. I don't know because I haven't been keeping track, but I know there's more than 50 of them already because the folder says it has more than 50 files in it. So, sooner or later, these will all be uploaded to YouTube. I will probably do that sometime next week. So, know that when you're watching these YouTube videos, if you're watching them new through a premiere or something, they were recorded over a month ago for your end. For me, I'm recording now, obviously. But by the time you see it, at least a month will have gone by because I've already recorded over a month's worth of videos. I said there's already over 50 episodes made. I might need to take this off. It's itching me. I'm not sure why it's itching me. It usually doesn't. 1 minute. 1 minute and it's a bronze. There's 6 people? Really? You know, I'm gonna give you an epic vampire. There you go. I don't think it says in the store. Is there nothing in the store? Wow, we ended up with 65 of those. Okay. Awesome. Oh, you guys are good. Let's check. I know I keep opening these and we haven't I opened them and we haven't read most of them yet. I just keep opening them. Plagiarism is a good thing. Okay. Let's see what that is. Where is this crazy logic going? Plagiarism doesn't exist. It's impossible to plagiarize. It cannot be done. That's quite a bad. That's actually a federal offense. You can get 25 years in prison for it in case you didn't know that. They're actually promoting plagiarism. They're telling people, just take any book. Moby Dick, for example. Put a different cover on it. Put your name on it. Nobody's going to notice. You're interested, that's for sure. How to rewrite a draft riddle who tells not shows. I'm somebody who's not as against telling as a lot of people are. If you go back and you read the biggest novels and stuff, biggest as not biggest size-wise, but biggest, most famous, Charles Dickens, Lord of the Rings, the big classics that people think of when they think classics. A lot of them tell, very much show. The show don't tell is a very recent, it's not actually a grammar rule. That is not a grammar rule. And it's a very recent addition. Showed up in the late 70s. It didn't exist before then. It is why a lot of the older novels are different than the newer novels, because they did tell more than they should. Any advice for writing characters? Is there an opposite of info dumping? Yes, there is. It's called having characters that just yap, 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 and you never have narration like Night of the Screaming Unicorn, which is one of the things. Most people don't have a complaint with that one. That's one of the novels that rarely gets a complaint. When it does get a complaint, though, that's usually the complaint. There's no narration. It's just dialogue. Yeah. The first chapter has narration of Quaraun being lost in the woods, and then after that, once Unicorn shows up, he starts talking to Unicorn, and after that it says yap 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 yap. The whole thing is dialogue. 400 pages of nothing but dialogue. That is the opposite of an info dump. Characters without a story. How do you have characters without a story? Do you have to introduce all characters at the beginning? No. You introduce characters when the characters need to be introduced. Is there an actual word for what I call challenge writing? Writing prompts? Oh, look at a submission. The info dumping one. I want to look at that one later. The reason I open them when I see them is because the mods delete a lot of them. And if you try to open them later, it will open up and say, I was supposed to delete it. When to ask publisher about doing a screenplay. Your experience, not fears of building up an IP before its release. IP. What is an IP? What is an IP? It feels like I should know what it is, and my brain is not registered. What is an IP? So I've read a few those stories, banned many books, graphic novels, or any other projects I did. I was banned many hours. I make few aspirations of class completion. 10 years since birth conception. Also, first manuscript. 10 years for one manuscript, and you're planning on doing a long series that includes books, graphic novels, and art projects? If it took you 10 years to do one manuscript, you might not be able to do a series. You may want to think about that. Right? Think about it. 10 years between each series, between each novel in the series. If you're 20 years old now, that means at best you can write 7 novels before you die of old age. In your 90s. I've drawn for longer than this story has been around, and have been thinking of starting to count the filmy art out there, but I'm afraid of showing off pieces that contain the story in them. Yet my best works often involve the story in some way. I see many people put stuff out there for promotion. But big fear is someone making something based on or inspired by my work before I have this story on the copyright. It's copyright as soon as you write it. Or have a big enough platform to fight against claims of plagiarism. Or have a fight against... Did you read that right? Or do you recommend what you said? The way it's worded, they're afraid somebody's going to sue them for plagiarism. If they don't copyright their work. Having known several people who had it, this reads like it was written by somebody who has schizophrenia. I don't know whether I should bite the bullet and put out wild with the platform. What is IP? I'm a greenhorn. And not only that, they're afraid of becoming disabled or dying and not being able to finish. And definitely reads like somebody with schizophrenia. Sorry, first person. I don't like first person. I don't know why. Once in a while, there's been a few that I've read and have been okay. Like Edgar Allan Poe. A lot of Edgar Allan Poe stuff is first person. I think it's how he does it. How long can a plot wander? 8 million words? Or more? How many words do we have in the Quaraun series? I don't know. I've never tried to count. Character descriptions in different times of their lives. Oh, that's a good one. And you know what? That's right on topic for where we left off and what we're supposed to be picking up to. Because the Quaraun series spans a long amount of years. So you see Quaraun when he's a child, and you see him when he's a teenager. You see him when he's middle-aged. Most of the time you see him when he's really old. And a lot of the characters... like, the first time you see Ghoulspawn, he's only 15 years old. And originally, the second time you saw him, he was still 15 years old. However, when that was written, the age of consent was also 10 in America. And the age of consent was increased from 10 to 18 in 1997. Yes, less than 30 years ago. Less than 30 years ago, the age of consent was 10 in America. How many people know that? Not many. But because of the way Amazon Kindle is worded, and I see so many people You can't publish a sex scene on Kindle if the characters are under 18. And people be, I've seen that question asked on this subreddit so many times. Character is under 18 and can I publish it on Kindle if there's a sex scene? And people will always come back the same answer. You see hundreds of people, almost word for word, type the same answer. Well, the Dragon Queen was only 12 when she had sex with this guy in Game of Thrones. Yes, and that book is not published by Amazon. Sold on Amazon is different than published by Amazon. When you publish on Kindle, Amazon is your publishing house. No different if Simon & Schuster was your publishing house. People forget that. Every publishing house has guidelines for what they will and will not publish, and Amazon will not let you publish. They will take the book down, they will take all of your books down, they will ban your account. I've seen it happen to hundreds of authors. It happens all the time. And I always use the excuse, but Game of Thrones was not published by Amazon. I don't know who published Game of Thrones. Is that a Tor book? Is it published by Tor? I don't know. Wait a minute. What publishing house published Game of Thrones? I've never read Game of Thrones. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? There you go. What did it do? Publishing house for Game of Thrones is what? Game of Thrones publisher. Hey, look, I spelled it wrong. Game of Thrones, first published in 1996, is by who? That was the question. Who's the publishing house? Simon & Schuster. Okay. Is that who no, I said Tor. Who owns Tor? Because I know somebody bought Tor. Did Simon & Schuster buy it? Simon & Schuster. Okay, Simon & Schuster. There's the answer. The same publishing house that published Harry Potter. So if you want to write sex with someone under the age of 18, publish through Simon & Schuster because they allow it. But Amazon Kindle doesn't. As I said, originally the Quaraun books were published. So my hair is bugging me. It's gone. Let me see if I can fix this without unpinning it. Otherwise I'm going to have to re-pin it. The Quaraun series was originally published by Small Press Vanity. So, printed up copies, distributed them all myself. That's why a lot of them are not on Amazon. There are a lot of the, I think there's only 5 on Amazon? Have we only put 5 on Amazon so far? I can't remember. Which ones did we put on Amazon? There's Coming Unicorn, Boom Fuzzy, Fire Mountain, Swamp of Death, Ghoul Spawn, which looks like that. Are those the only ones on Amazon right now? I think so. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if I put others. I have others that I was getting ready to put up, and then, you know, the whole family was murdered, so kind of didn't ever get to publish the rest of them on Amazon, even though they're already published before. Anyways. So the second time you see Goulspawn, if you have the first editions, he's still 15. If you have the Kindle editions, it then says he's 19. We changed his age for the Kindle editions. And it doesn't change that much because he moves back and forth through time. It's difficult to have his age ever. Usually he doesn't know what his age is, but in the early ones he has just gone back in time, and so he still does know his age. And he's supposed to be a kid who just got his driver's license. That's a plot point, the fact that he just got his driver's license. And he buys this car, and he ends up back in time immediately after he starts driving this car. So initially he assumes the car is a time machine. And in the early stories of him, he talks and acts very young. And again, he's 15. He's a child. But then you start seeing him in sex scenes with Quaraun. Him and Quaraun are sex partners. So Quaraun is elderly when Goulspawn meets him. So that puts a big issue. It is pointed out the fact that it's repeating time, and Quaraun's not realizing it. That is why it's done. Quaraun was sexually abused really bad by an elderly man when he was 15. And he's got that stuck in his head. And he doesn't even consider that he's doing to this kid what was done to him. He doesn't notice it until somebody points it out several years later that this guy did this to you, and now you did this to this kid. So for the story point, Goulspawn needed to be quite young. He needed to be 15 years old. The age 15 was picked simply because I probably would have actually made him younger, but the age 15 was picked because it says that he had just gotten his driver's license in Maine. And in 1974, that was 1974, in 1974 in Maine, you could get a driver's license at the age of 15. So, 15 was the age that was picked for him. But then the way the story moves on, they don't see each other, they meet each other again. The second time they meet, Goulspawn gets hurt really bad, and it's Quaraun's fault. He almost dies. They think he dies. It's treated as though he did die. And then they find out, the next time they see him is Goulspawn and the Avallac'h lover, which is where you see the first sex scene between Quaraun and Goulspawn. And at that point, they thought he was dead, so they didn't realize until they meet him again he survived what they thought was his death earlier. So this is now the fourth time they've met him. And originally, the way it was done was he kept going back and then coming back here. He kept trying to go back to his own time and kept coming back here. And so there was an element where he was going back to the 1970s, and then he'd get back here again. He didn't know how he kept going back. He wasn't deliberately going back in time. He was being pulled back in time against his will, and he didn't know what was causing And that whole part has been changed because changing his age changed that aspect of the story, because the story, he kept going back home, and it says in the Quaraun series about how time moves different between dimensions. So even though you have 10 years may have passed here, when he goes back home, he's still 50 there. And so he comes back here, and Quaraun's 10 years older, but Gulspan's still the same age. And then he goes back home, comes back here the next day, another 10 years have gone by for Quaraun, only a day has gone by for Gulspan. So Quaraun keeps getting older and older, and Gulspan doesn't. He continually stays a lot younger. So you see the progression of the series where Quaraun is getting 10, 20 years older each time. He's here and he meets Gulspan. Then it's next time they meet Gulspan, Quaraun's 20 years older, Gulspan's only a day older. And it kept doing that. So Gulspan kept always being 15 years old. We had to rewrite that in order to make the story fit with the need to change him older. We had to change some of the plot stuff. So that was a thing that got changed from the original edition to the newer edition. And you saw time is still moving faster for Quaraun than it is for Gulspan, but you see now when he comes back, it's now at 4 years instead of 4 days. And so he is a few years older each time. So you see him 15, then you see him 17, then you see him 19. So it gets him over being 18. The problem is he acts too young for his age as a result in some of the scenes. Gulspan has some type of mental disorder. I don't know what. That has never been fully explored. It's been explored, the fact that, yeah, here are some of these things, but he does this symptom, he has that symptom, he does these things. It's never been explored. Take all these symptoms together and what do you got? That's never been explored. Though they do find out later. In the early part of the series, Gulspan doesn't play a larger role. In the later part of the series, he's kind of controlling a lot of the stuff, because it reaches a point where Quaraun becomes crippled and mute, and Quaraun can't talk anymore. And he's no longer the main character. It reaches a point where Quaraun's no longer the main character. Gulspan takes over as the main character after that point. Which, like I said before, a lot of people don't like Gulspan. And I'm like, yeah, you're gonna hate the series later on, because he's in and out a little bit early on just to have him there, but then later on he takes over as the main character. And you start seeing Quaraun less and less often, because the entire series is flashbacks. It is constantly told in flashbacks. That's why time goes back and forth a lot. And as you start to see more and more of what's going on, you start to realize Quaraun is a patient in White Rock Asylum. Harrier is the psychiatrist that's treating him. Gulspan is the patient who shares a room with him. And you start to realize that a lot of what you've been told about Quaraun you don't know if it's real or not. Because this is Quaraun telling a psychiatrist in the year 2525 all the stuff he's done in his life. And Ghoulspawn is, like I said, he's got something wrong with him. It's never been explored what, and whatever it is, it's bad enough. He's in a mental institute that is based off of Pineland Center. So, mental institute for criminally insane people who should be in prison for things like murder but are too insane to be in prison, so they're in a mental institute for the rest of their lives instead. That type of mental institute. Not a regular, psychiatric ward hospital. No, this is a prison for psychiatric patients that are also killers, most of them serial killers. So, you don't ever find out why Ghoulspawn is there. But it eventually reaches a point where Quaraun gets beaten up so bad by the doctors there that he can't talk anymore. They cut out his tongue. And so he can't talk anymore. And that's when Ghoulspawn takes over as the primary character, now telling the rest of Quaraun's story as he knows it. Character descriptions in different times of their lives, which is what we was talking about over here. I'll get back to that in a minute. In my book, there's one part where everything is taking place more than a decade after all other events. Basically, it's a time travel story. Oh, look at that. Ours is a time travel story too. Where characters noticing that something is horribly wrong and try to change their mistake. That's what Ghoulspawn does. That's just exactly what we were just talking about. That's why they constantly see Ghoulspawn going back into the past, because they eventually find out the world ends. And they're trying to stop it. There's one problem though. The main characters themselves are in their 20s throughout most of the book, so I describe them as boy or girl. But then in part, they are like in their 40s. I can't call 40-year-old boy or girl man or woman, right? You'll need to look up different times about fashions and culture at that time. What does culture and fashion have to do? The question is literally character descriptions. And then they're, okay, what's culture and fashion going to do? How are you describing your characters if you don't include culture and fashion? I mean, character descriptions by me, the writer, not dialogues. I mean, character descriptions by me, the writer, not dialogues. There's only one instance of time traveling, just 15 or so years into the past. It's not like I'm writing new Doctor Who or something. Do you know how much has changed in 15 years? Like, the age of consent 15 years ago was 10 years old and it's now 18 in America. Have you ever noticed that people are constantly pointing out my clothes, how different I look? I haven't bought new clothes in over 40 years. I'm still wearing the same clothes I wore in the 70s. This is how we dressed in the 70s. Everybody, not just gypsies, the entire of the country. You people continued to change and I didn't. But also, call someone in their 20s boy or girl, but you can't call someone in their 40s boy or girl. So what age are you? I mean, someone my age would call a kid in their 20s boy or girl. Someone my age would call a kid in their 40s boy or girl as well. Because look at that little kid, he's in his 40s. You're enough younger than me that I would see that. I do say that. It annoys people. I've had people leave comments on my YouTube vlogs where I've talked to them. They say something like, hey, look at that kid in his 30s, look at that kid over there, and that camera, and people like, so that kid is older than my dad. I'm like, okay. And then there'll be another comment, yeah, are you like older than my grandma? Apparently that's what everybody says I am. Character descriptions. We're even getting back to reading and editing. Plagiarism is a good sin. Oh, that's a post. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Where did it go? I want to see. I kept it open because I wanted to see what are the mods gonna say when they delete it. Plagiarism is a good thing. I open in a new window. I want to see what the mod message was. There was no mod message? Okay. I got a job for you. You write for me. I'll sell it and keep the money. Then boom. Oh, no. That's a big mistake. Plagiarism is more socially regulated than legally. No, it's a federal law and you can go to prison for 25 years for it. It's one of those laws where if you get arrested, it's the FBI that's going to be arresting you, not the police, because federal law, federal police, the police. Run by the federal government as opposed to local government. FBI is the federal police. Yeah, this is accurate. Plagiarism and copyright are two different things, but this whole part here, I'm not sure. So was it long enough ago? Or quick enough ago, I mean, that the mod didn't have time to post it? No? Okay. An experienced trier looking for an effective way of enriching vocabulary without forgetting. Also, we have got so many tabs open here that we need to go. Whoop. There we go. Not a native speaker, but I've been practicing speaking English since I was 10. I read and listen to audiobooks regularly and have God knows how many vocabulary lists. Here I will mention my struggles with this venture and hope to find an effective way from the good people of this subreddit to overcome mentioned issues for situations I find myself in. I know the word known previously, but I forgot the meaning. I do that. I remember both the word and its meaning, but I don't have the word in my mind. Oh, I do that. I wonder how many non-native English speakers is this a problem for? I remember the word, forgot the meaning, but I don't have it in my mind. I forgot I ever learned the word. I'm not sure that I've ever done that. If I forgot I ever learned the word, then yeah, maybe I have. Never know. My vocabulary lists, written lists, several dictionary lists, Kindle lists, note lists. Yeah, I have some vocabulary lists as well. Word up. Is Word Up? Is that, wait, is that site? What is that site? There's a site? Word Up. Word Up? No? You're not that site. Okay. What are you? This sounds nice, except, is it a phone app? Can you use it on a computer? Can you use a phone? I don't know how to use a phone. Frequently asked questions. That's what I do. Save to your phone. So you can't use it on a computer, you have to use it on a phone, right? Is that? Yeah, if it's a phone thing, I can't use it. I know that's where everybody's always like, why aren't you joining my Discord? Why aren't you part of my Discord community? I'm like, you do know I live in Maine, right? Yeah, I know you live in Maine, but why won't you join my Discord? Come on my Discord. Well, maybe someday Maine will decide to put up some cell phone towers and, you know, then we can have phones and use phone apps, but, yeah. You might want to look at a map. We're neighbors with Labrador. You know where Labrador is? That's where Santa Claus lives, you know, with the North Pole. reason I set the Quaraun series in Avallac'h Beach and Avallac'h. Where Avallac'h Beach is walking distance from Avallac'h. I live in Avallac'h Beach and I'm walking distance from Avallac'h. Vocabulary builder. My current most favorite is okay, you know what? Let me zip you out because you're making me open a lot of things. There we go. Now, zip this out and stick it in over here. No, stick it in over here. Okay, that's good. I want to look up these things, but I love words. You've probably noticed how much I love words. And only people who know that actively read the dictionary or who know what you okay, vocabulary filter. An app store app, I'm assuming probably Lyft. Is that probably what they're talking about? Because I did call it an app. I can't really build it by don't know. Well, look at it anyways. Again, can you use it? Are there any apps you can use on your computer? Apps that are compatible with a computer is what I want. If I could use them on my computer. Nobody in Maine is a millionaire. We don't exactly use phones. Another reason is, who can afford one? Everyone's favorite nudge. Very useful flash credit system. So I'm good. Even though they're saying that these apps, I am going to look them all up because Nudge Me, not Nudge, it looks like, based on the fact that Nudge is a financial accountant, and Nudge Me, improve English and math skills. Can we use you on a computer? Wait, it's in math skills? I didn't know that. Can this teach me that? I would like to know that. It's a huge problem for me. Yeah, it is. 86. Alright, struggle. Vocab power. Mnemonics? What are mnemonics? Don't know what that word is. I've never heard of it. Automated grammar checker. Mnemonic dictionary. What is mnemonics? Dragon. Oh, twerking dragons. Oh, I don't remember what a dragon is. Okay, let's see. Every time you turn it on, you start talking. And it doesn't do anything like it's supposed to do. The whole text, the whole speech to text thing. No. You start talking into it and please update your location. Maine, USA. Are you sure you don't mean Ireland? No, Maine, USA. You are speaking with Irish words. I live in Maine. Please use the Irish dictionary. We'll open up a map. You have not selected the correct area where you live. Please select the correct area where you live. Maine, USA. Are you sure you don't mean Ireland? So, Kraken is useless. Kraken speak because it recognizes that I've got an accent and it sounds like I'm from Ireland. You realize how many Scottish people are offended by that? Scottish and Irish. Pneumatic dictionary. What is a pneumatic dictionary? What is that word? I do not know this word. Mnemonic. A device such as a pattern of letters or ideas or associations that assists in remembering something. The use of mnemonic, like demonic, okay. Demons, cool spot. We can remember that. That is exactly what it's telling me that we're supposed to do, right? Associations, yes, I can remember that because Goosebumps a demon and that's demonic. Mnemonic, okay, mnemonic. A word I've never heard before. Mnemonic. I like that word. I don't know why do I like that. Mnemonic, okay, mnemonic dictionary. You don't have any devices. Well, yeah, I know, obviously. What do you mean? We were just talking about that. As I said, are there any that are just computer? Is that a thing? Grammarly. Oh, you're Grammarly now. I'm like that. I used to like Grammarly when it first came out, and then they changed it. What the hell? What are you? What are you? Wait, I want to know what you are. I don't. You're not secure. Okay. Alright, click on one. What's it? You're annoying me. I don't know what you do. Can I? Oh, you teach spelling? I can't spell worth shit. I think I might like this. Okay. Go back to the home page. Do you have books I can do along with stuff on the computer? I would rather do books. I love books. Okay. But we're looking at stuff, so we will do that right now. Google or Bing? Which one are we on? Bing. Why is Bing got so many ads? You're trying to compete with Google. No. Bing's trying to compete with Google. Let's see who can put the most ads in our search results. We didn't find vocal power. Vocal power. No. Vocal power. Oh, is it that? That it didn't call it vocal power. Well, okay, let's go back to Bing. Here's the one they were talking about. 500 plus questions. For what? What is it? T-O-E-F-L. I don't know what that word means. And there's nothing here telling me. Ah, test of English as a foreign language. Ah, okay. Oh, there was a website. Where was that? What is that website? I haven't seen it in years. Are they still around? It was like English as a second language. Questions to write essays on. It was something we used in one of my college classes. We were supposed to go look it up and find I can't. Why did I suddenly remember that? I don't know. It was English as a second language. That's ESL. English as a second language. Questions? Questions food? Conversation questions. Is that it? Wait. No. Unless they changed their website, it didn't look like this. Got a lot of stuff, so it didn't look like this, but they could have changed their website. It was years ago. It was stuff like this. Okay. I don't think this is right. It's the website. Try this one. This doesn't look like the right site either. This is it. And that's the one I was just hovering over. This one. I was just hovering over that because I was like, that looks like the website name. That is it. That's it. This is the website. Yes, I like this website. I did so much with character creation in my creative writing classes in college with this website. That's what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to, there was an assignment. It was Megan Grumblin, who is, she's a published author. She is a poet. She is a poet laureate. Laureate? However you say that word. From Maine, and she went down to the White House during one of the inaugurations. I don't know which one. Clinton, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, there are like a few million questions on it. This website's massive. It is a huge website. Homepage. Yeah. Index of the pages. Yeah, there are thousands and thousands of pages on this website. It's insane how huge this website is when you start going through it. It doesn't look like it at first until you start going through this question. And it is so much. It must have 10,000-20,000 pages. This website is massive. Anyways, that's what she would do. She would send us over to here. We was her creative writing course. And we would have to go through this website and find 10 questions, different topics. So like this one would be food eating, so we could only use one. Like, do you drink milk every day? And so we'd have to come up with 10 pages. There's the index. Yeah, here's the index for topics, and so we'd have to pick 10 of these. So like we've already got the food one here, and then we'd have to pick like something else here, and grab a question from here. Do you get along with argumentative people? So now you have, do you drink milk every day? Do you get along with argumentative people? Okay. What are the names of common flowers in your country? And so we take 10 questions, 10 different topics. And we'd have to write a character profile where the character uses, not necessarily answers to questions outright, like they'll put the question and answer it, but have the scene include the character talking about it. So if the question is, do you drink milk every day? They wouldn't be sitting there with somebody asking them that. Instead, they would be talking about something else, and they would somehow put into the conversation something about like, I don't like drinking milk every day because, or I like drinking milk every day because. So it wasn't directly, the goal was to write a scene and flesh out a character and incorporate these things and have all 10 of them in one scene. As you'd have to write, and you'd have to write at least 1,000-word scene about this. She did this every single day. Started the class. Sit down. You had 15 minutes to pick out the things. You had a half hour to write 1,000 words. You can't write 1,000 words in a half hour. You're going to fail her class. Know that. And then you had to stand up, come up front and read what did the class, what you wrote. That was what her class was. It was very spur of the moment, don't have time to plan ahead, boom, here it is, now write it. And this was the website she used. I love this website. Okay. That was complete change of whatever. Why I forget. It's absolutely common. Not using the word in writing, not finding it repeating while reading. A method I've discovered. I have found that if I write a sentence with each new word I learn in the form of a story, I will not ever forget a single word if I take a peek at the writing once in a while. Since I myself wrote the story, I will remember what I wrote, and as the words are part of its meaning, okay, let's be wrong with this grammar stuff. I'm more for grammar, no grammar when English isn't their first language. So, all right, this person is writing in so much better grammar than the average person on this subreddit who speaks English as their native language. I will remember what I wrote. and as the words are part of its meaning, so there's no way I'm forgetting them. This venture failed due to my idleness. So with all of these, I am learning new words regularly, but the learning is not much effective as I keep on forgetting, and I think due to the due to the multitudinousness learned recently of the methods I am following, the learning is actually pretty slow. Now, learning is slow, no matter what you would. Doesn't matter whether it's learning English, learning how to do woodworking, learning how to take care of monster fish. Learning is always slow. Yeah. So, that's just the way the brain works. That's the same for everybody. Usually. Some people learn faster than others, but as a general rule, it's slow for everybody. I need a system where I can minimize the percentage of forgotten words and learn more new words quickly and remember them. What they just said, this is really good because this is what I do as well. And I do this where I will, and you've seen me doing it just the past few weeks while we're editing the Quaraun series, and I'm like, I make these lists of words and I'm like, I don't know what this word means. Let's look up this word. I like that. And then I copy the word and I paste it into the novel, and then I'm like, how do we make this fit? Quaraun's going to say this word. Always make it fit. It has one comment about Avallac'h. I need help in making my writing longer. Wow. My writing is the opposite. It's impossible for me to write. Probably isn't. Yeah, have a comment on it since we started reading it. Your situation. Oh, I wanted to upload this. Wait a minute. Upvote this. I like this thread. I don't know if I love threads. I upvote maybe one thread a week. I hardly ever do that. Thanks for sharing your efforts with us. For your situations, I can't help but wonder if you are overcomplicating things. I have run into the same problems and have been able to reach solution 9 times by typing in the word I know, plus define example. Omnipotent define. Typing it in the word for and definition of. This is exactly what I've been doing. This is exactly what you've been seeing me do it all week. They're a little bit. We're explaining it wrong, but basically what they're saying is, go to thesaurus.com, type in the word, find the synonym of it, learn the definition. That's basically what they're using. I really want to write a book, but I struggle with length. I can probably write 5 pages of a story at best. How do writers make their books so long when they write a story? How can I write long books? How do I get more substance to write a long book about? I'm planning on writing an article about that topic, so I may answer that later. It's impossible for me to write at this point. No matter how much I practice, I still can't write at all. I have no writing qualities, no right plots. Where's OBS doing? OBS is over here going, I'm gonna have issues. Stop. Why? It it just froze all up like it's not recording anymore. The webcam is still going. The rest of it is frozen. Why are you doing that? I can't, I have, where are you? I have no writing qualities, can't write plots, interesting characters I can't craft, I have creativity at all. Okay. Stop doing that. It keeps freezing up. Look why it keeps freezing up. It's so annoying that it keeps doing that. It's done that a few times in the last few days. I've been trying since a child to write. Lots of books, videos, teachers, practice, and I'm trying, and I can't even write one basic short story that has a drop of good writing in it. Am I doomed to fail? Is it true? Some people just don't have it in them. I don't even have the funds to pay a writer for my projects. Is there a possible cure for this, or is it time to accept a new routine? This sounds like a situation of somebody who dreams of being a writer but doesn't necessarily like to write, which is pretty common in this subreddit. You see a lot. I don't think it's just the subreddit, it's just that you see more of it on this subreddit because this is where people go. People seem to have this idea about, well, this is what a writer should be, and I want to be that. Like, a common one is people would be like, I'm going to sit here in my smoking jacket at my typewriter. Number one, smoking jackets went out of style in the late 1800s. Also, do you know how hard it is to find a typewriter? Typewriters kind of disappeared when circus merchandise went out of business back in 1993. Go ahead, Mickey. Mickey, what are you doing? Is there anything else we opened that's gone here? Badlands chest. It's the Badlands chest got skins. You know what? I didn't. Oh, I've never seen either of those skins. Badlands back in here. Huh. Never seen either of those. Never seen that chest before. We seem to have taken our long sidetrack away from where we were, didn't we? Oh. That's what we're doing. You should be stepping up. Let's see what you got before we leave. You're not one of my regulars. Good thing you checked. I was gonna just leave. Alright. Oh, because they are Warbeasts, right? Aren't you a type of Warbeast? Warbeast is really good on this one. Alright, we'll give you a Warbeast. And these are all right. Let's wait. One did go back. Only has 50 seconds left. Give you the flag bearer because I don't know what you got for chest. What did you last? Yeah. Okay. What have you got? Loyalty token. Okay. Pretty sure you're gonna win that. You already got 400 people there. Bronze. Alright. Take you a minute. You can see. Favorites. What do you got? 12 minutes? Did almost 12 minutes too, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Was it? I want that. Okay. You want this one more. 56. Oh, you may not get enough people. That's quite good. Okay. Did it? Okay. StreamRaiders. And yours is bad and the other one took off, so we'll stay with yours. Although we could get both of them since 19 minutes. The other one was closer, like only 12 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna stick with this one. I'd rather have this one. Centurion. Rogue. What do you have? You don't have a vibe army, right? Yeah, I don't have a vibe army. Okay. So we need to go Archer. Store. Romantic woman. Okay. Quests. Oh, we gotta collect. I didn't notice. Paladin. That's a good one. Place bag bearers. Okay. Skins. Equipped. Okay. Flying rogue. We got the new one there. Olympians we got absolute. Yes. Refresh you again. Because why not? Share and refresh. Yeah?
I got some drinks for you.
Okay.
But the Red Bull, they don't have any they're just individuals ones. They don't have any boxes anymore. Even if four in the thing, they don't even have those. They just had individual ones.
Yeah, Red Bull seems to be becoming harder and harder to find.
So I got two individual ones, and I got a case at my house. I'll bring it later.
It shipped over here from Austria,
Right.
and they seem to, for the
Have
past,
problems.
yeah, for the past few months, it's becoming harder and harder to find Red Bull of any flavor, of any type, anywhere.
It's weird.
It appears that the stock in the warehouses here is running out, and their factory is not restocking enough.
Yeah. How you doing, honey? Okay. Yeah, right.
Uh,
Where's your hurt hand at?
Over here.
Let me see that. Can't feel better.
You're being weird again.
Can't feel better, honey.
Okay. You have tape in your hand.
I know. But I'm getting old. They're rubbing and they hurt.
It's
I'm
called
not
arthritis, and you should probably...
See right here?
Yeah, but I know.
They're rubbing.
Your fingers back in the other apartment, I pointed out that you looked like you had arthritis, and you had a fit about it because it's all... Oh, that's all elder abuse! So I said you had arthritis. That was back when we were still on the 3rd floor, and I was having a hard time going up the stairs.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at all the core cats, see 'em?
All right, yeah, core cats. Yeah.
Yeah, look at them all. You see them?
Oh yeah.
They're getting ready for bed. They're all piling up on top of each other.
Thanks right there too.
Yeah. The Daniels are down there with them.
Oh, did you get the 2 yellow things?
Yeah. But see, the Daniels are down there with them
Right.
too. They need more Daniels. There aren't enough of them.
Right, Daniels. Right, we'll get some Daniels money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniels don't do well without a school. They have panic attacks and become more nervous.
When do you want to do that?
I don't know. As soon as possible,
You wanna do
before
it
they
today? You wanna go- you
before
wanna
they
do it-
have nervous
you wanna
breakdown
do
and
it
die from
tonight?
that.
You want to do it tonight?
Yeah.
Well, okay, because I am tired, but we can do that and I'll just go home, but... You want to do that then? It's already 7 o'clock. Maybe it's too late.
It may be too late.
Too late.
Yeah, if we
I'd do
go
a
to
different day.
Petco closes at 7 unless
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
changed their hours.
Well, you can't
Pet
make this.
Quarters or PetSmart in Scarborough are the 2 that would likely have them.
Right.
PetSmart in Biddeford often also cat food cans are close to running out. That needs to be gotten soon.
Right.
That's the shelf up there. You can see how many there are left.
Okay. Have you eaten all the food?
Yep. Yeah, Mickey comes in at night and cleans out what to get. I feed them early, and the cats pick at it all day, and then at night when Mickey comes in, he cleans out the rest, and they'll be, those dishes will look like they're perfectly clean by morning.
Well, just like the other cat, other dog, right?
Yeah, he'll lap them all out, and they'll look just like somebody washed them in. They'll look like they're clean. They won't look like there's anything in them at all.
Okay.
Also, I will bring 3 things in, one for them to each have a dish. And then the next day, I'll take out 4 or 5 or 6 or however many, because Josh and my father use those same dishes to eat out of. And when they get done with them, they put them on the floor out in the kitchen. And when Mickey comes in to eat these, he goes out there and he gets the dishes out there and he carries them in and puts them in here. He brings all the dishes in here in a pile, and then he lays here all night lapping up the dishes. So there's more dishes here than what I put here because he brings in others.
Right, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, he loves cleaning out dishes.
So what are we going to do now? I am tired. I don't want to go back home. But
We can look at Biddeford PetSmart and see what they have, since that's right
what
around
time
the
is
corner.
it? What time is it?
I don't know. 7:24. Yeah, Petco. It's already closed. They close at 7, unless they
What
change
time
their
is it?
hours.
What's this? PetSmart.
PetSmart closes at 9.
Okay, we can go there then, honey.
The Biddeford one. I don't know about the Scarborough one.
Yeah. What are you calling her?
The Biddeford one usually has zebras, long-fin zebras, the glow colors, which it's usually 5 different ones, and sometimes the one that actually is called a minnow, which has no stripes, it's just a plain silver. I've never seen them have a leopard. The leopards I've only ever seen at Scarborough. And the pet quarter one, they rotate their stuff constantly, so you never know what they're gonna have. They deal with all kinds of breeders all over the country, and they ship stuff to them. So they don't, that's why they don't keep a stock list. You have to go in and look and see what they got. I think they close pretty early, like 6 o'clock, so they're probably already closed. They're not a big box store. They're just a very big store. But it's actually the people that own it live in New Hampshire.
What store is that again?
Pet Quarters, the one by Michael's and the Christmas tree shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a big box store. That's just a little small thing that just happens to be in a big building.
So what do you want to do tonight then?
Can look at the one in Biddeford and see what
They
they've
close at 9?
got. They close at 9.
I'll be on the other one.
Okay. Yeah. All the fish tank stuff that happened the other day that you already know about if you watched the previous videos that we've been talking about in the previous videos for the last 3 or 4 videos, because it's been happening for a while. Over the course of that, I had originally 25 danias in the tank, and they all died while that was happening, except for 8 of them, which is a very small. And I know most people, when they get danias, they're like, oh, I'll get 3 or 5. And I wonder why they all died off so quick. So, we have 8 little danios panicking because there used to be a really big school of little danios going back and forth through the tank. And now there's 8 little danios that are like, what the hell? Why are we the only ones left? The entire tank, if you did miss, we just had a big hurricane, Hurricane Elsa, or the week that this is being recorded is the week Hurricane Elsa is here in Maine. And it did something to the water, the drinking water. So the tank water got polluted, sulfur ended up in the tank, and it killed a lot of fish. And I caught it, because I was sitting here streaming, talking to you, and I was like, the tank's getting cloudy. I started doing it, and I was like 15 minutes later, I'm like, oh my god, the tank's turning yellow. And then it was like, wow. About 10 minutes after that, the whole tank was just like somebody poured neon yellow paint in it. It was like, we've got a situation. I don't know what's going on. So I had to stop the stream and go check the tank. I was like, what the hell just happened? Turns out the public drinking water got contaminated because of the hurricane, and it ended up getting into the tank, and a lot of fish died. But because I caught it while it was just happening, we were able to save most of the fish. I had to take them all out and get them in a quarantine tank with bottled water that was not the water out of the tap. And then we had to revive them because most of them, as soon as that hit them, they were all every fish in the tank was up at the top floating. It knocked them out. They were unconscious. So we had to revive them all, including the 2 big monster fish. We had to revive them all. We got most of them revived. Some of the little small danios didn't make it. More than half the little danios didn't make it. So we need more danios because now there are 8 danios, and they were a very large school of fish before. There were 57 fish in the tank, including the 2 big monster fish that are big, huge, giant catfish. It's their tank, and then there's schools of small fish in there that swim around with them. So there's a school of koi cats, and there's a school of danios, and there's a betta, in addition to the big monster fish. The monster fish, there's 2 of them. They are giant Raphaels, which if you go to the last video, I think, somewhere in the middle of it, I showed you a picture of what they look like. Which is what happened to my hand, because it was a very pissed off catfish. They have big spines down the sides of them. And there was a very pissed off catfish who attacked me. She did not like being in the quarantine tank. She wanted to get back in. So we didn't do what we set out to do, which was continue reading this. It's been an hour. I'm going to tack this on to the end of the last video, and the next video we will do this. So it'll all be one long video when you see it on YouTube. So for people watching the live stream, I'll be back in a few hours, 2, maybe 3 hours, and we'll continue on. If you're watching this on the YouTube video, the video is not going to end. The stream is ending here, and the next stream will be attached, so you'll be able to watch it all as one video. So it'll keep going for people watching it on YouTube. Otherwise, I'll be back in a little while to finish this. We are absolutely terrified of everything day. He keeps him right here, as close as he can get. There is a thunderstorm going on outside. Russia's campaign against Jehovah's Witnesses? I'll want to watch that later. Find out what's going on. I was looking to see if Markiplier has posted any videos. Let's see. Actually, I think on Saturday Night Live caricature. Okay. Markiplier has an ad video in a few days. Wait a minute to finish Danganronpa. You like got near the end and this all of a sudden then finished. And Jacksepticeye hasn't had children wear masks in school. It's only been a few hours since the last time I checked as well. There has been a lot of videos added real quickly. Oh, because his news thing is updating with so many also, it is the next day, and this is probably again attaching to one single video because we were at the store for a few hours. They couldn't find a worker. We found the fish. They couldn't find a worker who knew how or was authorized to or whatever to get the fish out of the tank so they could buy them. And finally they had a girl that didn't know what the hell she was doing. She killed half the fish in the tank. How hard is it to take a fish net and scoop up fish? She took a fish net, scooped up fish, and then went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then the tank was full of a whole bunch of fish floating around dead. And she's like, huh, they're all being a bunch of brats, they all died. You just killed them all by beating them to death with the fucking net. Oh. This is PetSmart. What type of training do you need to work at PetSmart and scoop up fish? But I couldn't understand when they started looking for work. They're like, oh wait, we don't have anybody here for the fish department tonight. We're way understaffed. There's nobody here trained in how to get the fish department. I was like, what training do you need for the fish department? What do you do with the fish department? You feed the fish. You medicate the fish when they need medication, and you scoop up fish for customers. That's all you do at PetSmart for fish. And it's not like some fancy fish store where they actually take care of the fish. Oh my God, how retarded is this girl? I've never seen anybody do that before. The place where I normally get fish, they were already closed for the night. Him? If he had seen what he'd have been wringing her neck. Oh. The guy I told you about before, he's from China, and he used to breed koi carp. StreamRaiders isn't working today. I don't know why. It's like the whole site isn't loading, as you can see. The whole site isn't loading. Here we go. It's got that thing that runs in the background. It's what do you call it? Can't remember what they're called. I can look up what they're called. It has a name. It is called a subframe. StreamRaiders has a subframe that runs in the background, and that it's like a tracking cookie for advertisements. And I think they've got the code installed wrong or something, because it always has issues. Stripe. Subframe stripe. There it is. Yes, it's having an issue. It always does. Alright, let's do that. There we go. Now try. Still gonna do that. Twitter subframe. I don't have Twitter open. What? Something has got a Twitter subframe. Closing subframes because if you don't know how to do that, you can do it in Task Manager. It allows you to close stuff that's running in the background, like cookies and things that are on websites, which you really don't need a lot of them. You're calming down? Mickey is starting to calm down. So I don't hear any more thunder. I don't have to sit on your feet anymore. I'm going to go sit on the bed. He's calmed down enough to be sitting on the bed. Okay, does that fix it? It's possibly something on their end. Here, let me load it up and see. If he's saying anything. Now there's 7 level 30s. Wow, that's a lot. I think I've got 5, right? It's so hard to get this. Yeah, it's just continuing to not load. There it goes. I know it's something to do with this stripe subframe that keeps causing it, because when I close the stripe subframe, it starts working. Okay, I don't know why it's doing it. From building websites myself, usually when you see something like that, as a general rule, usually it's because the webmaster installed the code wrong and they're having an issue with the code loading on their end. If it was like something with the memory or something on my end on the computer, you would be doing it on all websites, not just one website. We didn't get the place in that. He was getting ready to. It took over 4 minutes for it to do that because his thing was at 4 minutes and I was going to place it in it. And it had just gone down under 8. What is what is it? He is very agitated because of that stone. Oh, we're supposed to be placing flag bearers? I didn't know that. Well, it's a good thing we placed the flag bearer then. Let's see what our favorites are doing. We know Obed's on. We just saw him. Okay, get on it. You're the next one to go. Wait, you're waiting to find a battle. Waiting to that. You have 15 minutes on what? 15 minutes on a bronze. We need to give somebody an epic. You got 17 minutes on what? Silver. And you got a half hour on what? Silver. Okay. So I'm going to take you off and put. Which one did I say it was? It was this one, right? Yes, okay. I confused myself there. I couldn't remember which one I just took off. And you have got a bronze. So I think you only have 4. And you have 17. So the one that has 4 will give you the epic, but let's see, what did it say? Healers and flag bearers. Let's give you a healer then. Epic on a healer. Epic on a healer. Wait a minute. There we go. We have a new scheme for that. Let's do that. There we go. Epic on a healer. What else we have for quests? Just those 2? Just those 2. Wait, we have something we can upgrade? What can we upgrade? Tank. Okay, let's upgrade the tank. We're almost up to 20. We can specialize you soon. I'm debating, should we have 2 martyr tanks or should we go martyr in something else? Because I almost want to have 2 martyr tanks. That because we need that. We need you more than you right now. Okay, so now we can place down stuff. check elsewhere. What have you got? You want archers? Give you an archer though. And you don't have anything specifically specified. So we'll give you an archer since we're on this page, and we've got an epic musketeer that can go with him. Hey Mickey, are you starting to calm down? You're so upset you can't even chew your nallabone? Oh, it's horrible, huh? We had a wild thunderstorm. It was almost like a tornado out there, which is weird. We don't very often get tornadoes in Maine. We've had several of them this year so far. What is with the tornadoes? We never have tornadoes in Maine. You'll hear about a tornado maybe once every 10 or 12 years. They're so rare in Maine. And we've just had back-to-back tornadoes happening. I don't know if this was one or not. It was weird when I heard the thunder. It was not normal sound in thunder. It was strange. That's why I looked up. I was like, is that thunder or is that somebody crashing something around and making weird noises? And I looked out and the sky was weird. It was like black, but not black. It was like the sky was normal looking, but then it was like a black layer on top of it. It was really weird looking. And it was like there was no wind up high, but then down low, all the bushes, you could see the trees weren't moving. There was no wind up here. But down low, there was this weird wind blowing all over the place. It was bizarre. Strange weather. But it was all this thunder sound happening out there, and Mickey was going crazy. He was so scared. He was running all over the house, and he was shaking all over. He couldn't stop shaking. He looked like he was having a seizure. He was shaking so bad. He ran out in the kitchen. He was shaking all over, and he hid under the chair out there. My father's got a chair that he uses when he washes dishes. He sits in this tall chair. He ran over and sat under that. He got under that chair, and that thunder crashed out and started again. He went running in the dining room and got under the table. Right after he got there, the window is open. It's got a screen, and there's like a big giant window fan. One of those big giant square ones. It's like 3 feet by 3 feet. Like an industrial type fan, like you would put in a garage or something to blow paint out. It's one of those really big fans. Just as Mickey got under the table, a strong wind blew that out the window, down onto the floor, and Mickey shrieked. He had this yelp, and he went shrieking through the house. Because he thought somebody threw something at him. He went shrieking through the house. I was out in the kitchen. He couldn't find me because he thought I went back in my room, and he went flying in here, and then he came flying back out, and he went, and he got right up at my feet. He was on my feet. He was like he was trying to climb up my leg without by just leaning on me. He was so scared. And we came in here, and he's been sitting here shivering and shaking, and I got up to go to the bathroom, and when I went in the bathroom, he's scared to go in the bathroom because the shower, he doesn't like the shower. He likes the bathtub. We got 2 bathrooms. The other bathroom has a bathtub. He loves that. He gets in the bathtub, plays in the bathtub. But this one is just a shower, and he's scared of the shower. I guess he thinks it's a thunderstorm. I don't know. Anyways, you have a vampire. I'm going to a second vampire because one vampire doesn't work well. Picnic place. I get up to go to the bathroom, and he's here, and it's thundered again while I wasn't here beside him. He leaped up, he went flying in the bathroom, he went and hid in the shower, and he's in there shaking in the shower, terrified. So you're in the bathroom, I'm coming in the bathroom with you, I'm going to hide in the shower. I don't care how scared I am in the shower, I'm more scared of thunder. Oh, poor Mickey. He is so scared of thunder. But the thundering seems to stop, and light light seems to be coming in the window again, so I think the stars are done. Maybe? Don't know. This one was silver, right? Yeah, this one's silver, so we're not gonna give you a super high level thing because you've got enough people to help you with that. And I think, wasn't this one bronze? This one's bronze. Hi, Yuki. You're coming up. You come up. You can come all the way up here if you want to. There's plenty of room for you in this chair. What was yours? Yours is silver and fairly difficult net. Let's give you whatever these is. I think that's going to do what you could on this map. We'll give you one anyways. I can stand there and be a big thing to get killed. Now, we were in the middle of reading. We got sidetracked so many times. We were looking for different descriptions of the elf eater of Boom Fuzzy. Left off reading here about the unicorn. So we've now seen Boom Fuzzy described two different ways, very different. And we're getting the stuff we can't read. That was why I stopped once I wrote it. We kind of have to look over this and see, because there's stuff we can't read here. We're at a point where Quaraun is in his life. He's conflicted over being an elf versus being a Thulid. He looks like an elf because a Thulid has infected an elf and killed the elf, and the Thulid felt guilty about killing the elf. And so they can, the Thulids are able to absorb the elf's body and grow around it on the outside. Or they can keep the elf form and just grow inside the body. So some Thulids look like various sea creatures. Sometimes birds also, not just sea creatures. Usually though, squids, octopus, jellyfish, they will have some type of a tentacle head, and a like amphibious froggy skin texture body, and they used to be an elf or a human or something else, but the body has been taken over by this alien. The elf or human or whatever is no longer alive. They're now the sea creature thing. Doesn't do any good, but it's probably was. I thought it did this. This is hermit. Okay, we'll give you that. Because that boosts that. So we'll give both. Anyways. Early on in the series, and it gets repeated in every novel. Every novelist has a scene that tells you about it, because should you come into the Quaraun series from that novel versus Volume 1, you're gonna think Quaraun's an elf, and he's not an elf. He looks like an elf, and people think he's an elf, and he used to be an elf. He's a Thulid. And he's pretending to be an elf. Like Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of thing, where they take over the body, and the body continues to look like the person, but isn't the person anymore. That type of a situation. And so the creature that has taken over they look like different sea creatures. The one that has taken over Quaraun's body is a pink jellyfish. Which, I don't know, could I find a picture of what exactly it looks like? Because Paladin appears to be really good for Paladin after it in the right place. Okay. But can we find a picture of a pink jellyfish? I've seen pictures of pink jellyfish that were what I had in mind, but then there were others. Pink jellyfish. Pink jellyfish. Images of pink jellyfish, like that one right there, actually. Like this one right here, and this one. Yes, these things. That's not a real jellyfish. This one is a real jellyfish. This type, the one that has the little frills, when you get the descriptions of what the jellyfish itself looks like, this is the type it's describing right here. The one that is light pink with the darker pink spots, and then it's got the long, which is why Quaraun has the long hair. He says it several times, because in elf form he doesn't have tentacles anymore. And as a jellyfish, he had very long tentacles. So he has long hair in order to continue having long tentacles. This is a giant pink jellyfish. Those are huge. When I say those are huge, those are massive. Let me see if I can find one. Giant pink jellyfish with scuba diver. There's how big those are. Those are huge. We said the giant pink jellyfish is massive. It is a monstrous sized fish. And that's actually a small one. There are bigger ones. I have seen much bigger. I can find. I know there's a picture that's quite. There it is. There is a picture that's quite famous of how big these can get. And this actually comes from a video. There's a video footage of this guy who's scuba diving and starts swimming with this giant jellyfish that he found. And that's what this comes from that video. It's up on YouTube. Go watch it. But yes, giant, huge sea monsters. I love jellyfish. If you did not know, jellyfish are one of my favorite animals. If you could have pet jellyfish easily, you can have pet jellyfish. There are people who have pet jellyfish. See, they have really long tentacles on some of them. But yeah, there are people who have pet jellyfish. This is why you hear Quaraun talk about his long hair. Quaraun's hair is 12 feet long at its longest in the series. And he can't walk good when his hair is really long. That's why people call him insane. He doesn't call himself insane. He doesn't like it when people call him insane. The whole Quaraun the insane thing. He hates being called insane. But when people ask him, why don't you cut your hair? He'll start talking about the fact that he doesn't. Most people don't believe in siblings. They're considerably rare creatures, so most people on the planet don't believe siblings are a thing. So when somebody asks him, why don't you cut your hair? He starts talking about how when he used to live in the ocean, he had long tentacles that were like this hair. And now that he's living in the elf, he doesn't have the long tentacles anymore. He misses them, so he grew his hair out very long. And people are like, you're crazy. He's like, no, I'm a jellyfish. Nobody believes him. So they call him insane because, yeah, he believes he's a jellyfish. And the thing is, he actually is a jellyfish. He eventually ends up in a mental institute, White Rock Asylum, which is from the Twilight Manor series. He eventually ends up in a mental institute, and they decide to do brain surgery on him, and they find out, oh my god, he doesn't have a brain. There's a jellyfish living in his head. He really is a jellyfish. And then it becomes, because it's a government-owned facility, it becomes a government conspiracy to cover up the fact that aliens have invaded their jellyfish. They're living inside of people's heads. We've got one here. And that's when you see Quaraun become Santa, because they end up damaging his brain. The jellyfish brain gets damaged really bad and he can't function anymore. That's also when you see Ghoulspawn take over as the new main character, and the story of Quaraun's life continues to be told, but it's now told through the perspective of Ghoulspawn, who is now telling the story because Quaraun no longer can. Quaraun loses the ability to talk, and he can't function good anymore after they operate on his brain that isn't there. That is way far into the series. Just these are those things that are hard to kill. In the store? Is there stuff in the store that we can get, that we need to get? We can level you up to 20 next time. That's good. Let's get more things so we can keep it going. But we left off with this. The little black ponies all being killed off, and Quaraun killed the Daijin because they were about to kill the unicorn. Yeah. And then it says, where they were killed by their beloved pink jellyfish. It's pointing out the fact here, Quaraun is the pink jellyfish. And then it moves on to a different scene. These are scene changes. If you read the Quaraun series, you know that. But if you're somebody who's just watching this video and you've never read the Quaraun series, you don't know that. Quaraun was a scion capable of hypnotizing entire cities into being his thralls, and thus had been able to take control of every mind if he wanted. But he didn't want. What he wanted was a warm bed to sleep in. If you remember from an hour or so ago ahead in the video, for you, it's a different day now for me. Quaraun's lost he's on his way to Avallac'h. If you don't know where Avallac'h is, it is almost to the North Pole. Not far away from us, because we're almost to the North Pole. Yeah, very, very far north. Avallac'h, where are you? Avallac'h, there you are. Avallac'h. There's Avallac'h. There's Avallac'h. Are you a map of Avallac'h? You're a Google map. Let's find out what you're a map of. You're a map of Avallac'h. There's Avallac'h. There is Avallac'h. You can see where it is. Up there with ice. Greenland and Labrador. That's where Quaraun is. Obviously, this is a picture in the summer because there's no snow. They only have a lack of snow in August. Just like us, they have the same weather we have. It's like, go outside and it's June, July, and August. Hey, look, we can see the ground. And then the rest of the year, it's go outside and, wow, we're waist deep in snow. But he's gone there from Persia. He was born in Avallac'h and ended up in Persia, and he's lived most of his life in Persia. Now he's heading back to Avallac'h because the Daishan are dead. Skip. Because Quaraun's obsessed with the elf eater of Pepper Valley. Basically a screaming fangirl of the elf eater of Pepper Valley. We can start reading again. It was a thought that plagued his mind daily for years now. He's looking for a place. Where does Quaraun glorifying the elf eater end? Where does Quaraun stop having sex fantasies about the elf eater and we can start reading again? You want all these. No. I put you on this one. Stop sliding it over. That's an issue of my mouse command. I don't want to land it in there. I want to keep dragging it after you let go. This one. What do you got down already? I'm pretty sure my vampire's not ready yet. No, another 10 minutes on my vampire. If you had a gold, so we don't mind using a better. We don't mind using a better on a gold. Okay, Centurion is a better. It was a thought that plagued his mind daily for years now, a deep, dark secret Quaraun shared with no one. Yeah, continuing on. A fantasy he kept carefully locked away in his heart where no one would ever find it. No one must ever know he felt this way. Quaraun tried to think of something else. See, now we can read. Quaraun's thinking is a problem for Quaraun because Quaraun, it's a frequent occurrence where Quaraun gets into these self-thought monologues, which is what is happening, and things are happening around him, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna pretend that's not there, and I'm gonna think that he should do that, but he does that, and that's what he's doing here, and we skipped over part of it, so he didn't know that. Also, this book is already published. You can buy it and read it. We are in the process of expanding it into an expanded edition for the 50th anniversary. Yes, we are coming up on a 50th anniversary of the Quaraun series. So we are rewriting this novel into a longer expanded edition for the 50th anniversary of it. This is a very old book. That's why you're seeing us edit it. Is it starting to thunder again or something? Mickey's coming back. He says, I'm scared. I'm back. I'm scared again. Poor Mickey. Big, brave dog, normally. Little T crybaby when there's thunderstorms. He's so scared of thunderstorms. Marcy was scared of thunderstorms when we were on the 3rd floor apartment. And after we moved, I was like, yeah, okay, no, I don't care. But on the 3rd floor apartment, we were up high enough, and it was really tall. It was taller than a regular apartment because each floor had 12-foot ceilings. It was an old, ancient building from early 1800s, so it had the big, tall ceilings. So we were way up there, and we could look out the window, and you could look down, and it was weird. You could see the clouds, and you could see the clouds turning purple. The thunder and the lightning was below us. We were high enough up to be over, and the clouds were so much louder. The thunder, oh my God, it was so loud, and that used to scare Marcy. But then when we moved here, we're on the 1st floor now in this apartment. When we moved here, she had no more fear of thunder anymore. It was just the fact that it was so loud because we were on the 3rd floor, I think. No one must ever know he felt this way. Quaraun tried to think of something else. As the sky grew darker, also this scene here it's gonna have errors. I know it is because we just rewrote this about 4 days ago, and it hasn't been edited yet. We rewrote it to expand it, and it's had stuff added and moved and made to read better and stuff, and I didn't edit it yet. So we're probably going to run into errors. This section here. Quaraun tried to think of something else as the sky grew period. I just read that like it was all one sentence. Something else, period. Stop talking and then breathe and start again. That's what periods tell you to do. As the sky grew darker, the clouds grew heavier, the trees grew taller. Also, if you forgot from, an hour ago, we're in the tundra in the Arctic, and there are no trees, and Quaraun hasn't noticed yet that there is a forest growing up around him. He is being completely surrounded and cut off by trees that weren't there a few minutes ago and are just totally surrounding him. And he's too self-absorbed. He hasn't yet noticed that, trees are showing up. Hundreds of trees that weren't here 5 minutes ago are now all around you, and he's nope, not noticing a thing. He is not paying attention at all. Because that's what Quaraun does. He's good at that. Oblivious to things that go on around him. 2 code. As the sky grew darker, the clouds grew heavier, the trees grew taller, and the army of undead grew greater. Quaraun sat in the snow, shivering. Cold, too cold. He had to take his mind off of the snow, off of the cold. He was freezing to death sitting in the snow, too cold to see the fairies moving in, gathering around him. There were many, many, many advantages to being a wizard who flagrantly flaunted his lack of obeying the law. I feel like I missed something there. I probably did. I am prone to doing that. That's why I have to go back and reread out loud. I'll be like, type, 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 and my brain is thinking and thinking and thinking, and my hands are typing and typing and typing, and somewhere along the line, my brain is up here going think, 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 and my hands are trying to catch up and skip a scene, type, 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 skip a scene, type, type, type. Things would be missing like that. There's definitely something missing there. Okay, you know what? There is something wrong here. I'm not going to try and fix it right now. I'm going to put a note here, though, so I know it's here. There is a flow issue. Here to here. Fix flow issue. Wait a minute. No, put that in the wrong place. There we go. Fix flow issue. Fix flow issue. Okay. Go back and do that later. He tried to think happy thoughts. Warm thoughts. A peaceful, contented serenity that Quaraun rarely felt these days. Okay, you know what? I'm going to move this. Wait a minute. This is a, yeah, we just had a vomit draft moment where we went type, 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 and my brain thought faster than my fingers typed, and there's stuff missing, so we need to fix that. That's why I said we just typed this part. This part of the story, it was like 900 words long, and we expanded it to like 3,000 words long just a few days ago, and we haven't added it yet, so it's gotta have issues like that. The crisp, clean smell of fresh, icy snow. Shouldn't it be commas? Shouldn't it be a comma? Should there be a comma? I'm gonna put a comma. And we'll have a grammar checker go over it later and see. Should there be a comma? There is. I think there should be. The minty fragrance of checkerberries and wintergreen leaves. Which they probably wouldn't have been an endangered plant back then, would they have? They're an endangered plant today. There are huge finds if you want to go out in the main woods and pick those and move them, because the pink orchid's also incredibly endangered. There is a $10,000 fine for picking those. Don't pick those. I will show you what it is. Don't pick them if you see them. Maine has a $10,000 fine and prison time if you pick one of these flowers. Maine has a $10,000 fine if you pick one of these flowers. It is a critically endangered plant. There it is. These. There it is. Whenever you hear it talking about the pink orchids that are squaw flowers, pussy flowers for the obvious reasons, the female plant, the vagina plant, yeah, that's what people call these things, again, for the obvious reasons. The pink lady slipper, the pink orchid, this is, that's not one. That's not one. That is a pink lady slipper orchid, but that is not the one called the pink lady slipper orchid. That's a different one. That's not the endangered one. This one is the endangered one. Again, if you were to go into the woods and pick a handful of those, it is a $10,000 fine per flower. So if you pick 10 of those, it's a $100,000 fine. And prison time. Don't touch those if you see them. Huge amounts of trouble if you do. Maine doesn't give a shit about the people that live in it, but Maine will fiercely protect the plants. So, you can get huge amounts of fines and prison times for endangering plants. You can kill as many children as you want, and they don't give a shit. For raping a 4-year-old, you get 1 month per age of the child. So 4 months in prison. That's all you get for raping a 4-year-old. You can get 50 years in prison for picking that flower. Maine law. You can see the issues I have with the fact that Maine doesn't give a shit about people. It's been a problem in Maine for a very long time. But that is the flower, the pink orchid. That's it. The warm earthiness of sphagnum moss. Why can I never say moss? I don't know. Peat and leaf bulb. The cool late spring breeze wafting down the mountain, chilling the air, awakening the nodding yellow-headed daffodils. Let's go back up. This is not stuff that's there. This is stuff I'm thinking about. So I skipped over stuff. I would skip it, and skip it, and skip it, so I haven't just directly read everything that's here because we're not reading the whole thing. We're just looking for specific parts. The warmth of the sun melting the muddy slush of winter and filling creeks, brooks, and rivers full of glorious brown mud cascade. Yeah, also, you hear these scenes like this, which normally most people would be like, glorious brown mud? What? Again, this is coming from the perspective of a jellyfish. So we put in these strange things like this that you would be like, okay, Quaraun's weird. Yeah, he's also a jellyfish. Rivers full of glorious brown mud cascading into the ocean estuary. To be at one with nature, to hear the birds chirp, the tadpoles sing. Tadpoles. When one normally thinks of tadpoles, one thinks of frogs. The tadpoles sing. The warm embrace of mother's ever-loving tentacles, warm, slithering, slimy, squishy thoughts of swimming in primordial goo. Again, glorious brown mud. He thought melting snow, mud, glorious brown mud, tadpoles, mother's ever-loving tentacles. There's a train of thought there where you're seeing his mind go back to, oh yeah, this ain't an elf. Tadpoles swimming in one mass herd, filling the slimy muck with endless black wriggling specks, each competing for a host. The chilled cold of dark caves, desperate, devouring, fighting. There's a period, comma, instead of a period there. Fightin', killin', the massacre of millions, to fight to survive. Quaraun opened his eyes. That wasn't right. Where did those slithered, squishy, gooey, slimy thoughts come from? He hadn't thought them. He was certain of it. He had been thinking elven thoughts, thoughts of nature and spring, and suddenly thoughts... And suddenly his warm, comforting thoughts were encroached upon by madness. Pure, glorious madness. He craved it, not praised it. He lusted for it, and the fight to survive against all odds, the lust for brains, the sumptuous, is that spelled right? Sumptuous, juicy goodness, the delicate flavor. Quaraun stood up suddenly, his foot-long ears alert, high over his head, stiff with the air. I can't see. That's actually, it's right. I just can't see good. Why don't we increase the font size so I can actually see what I'm reading? That would help. That's better. I was reading that wrong. It's actually, it's worded right. I just read it wrong because I couldn't see. His eyes darted quickly to and fro, glancing in round the darkness of night in search of the source of the thoughts. Thulids. There were Thulids in the area. He could feel them. He could hear them. No, it was a hive mind. He was connected to the Thulid hive mind, an elder brain, a massive jellyfish that controlled the minds of its octopi-headed priests, who in turn controlled the minds of endless dancing of mindless thralls enslaved to do the Thulid bidding. You gone offline? Looks like you have. I'm gonna put you in the back. I know, I'm in the middle of doing this while I'm doing that. But if you've watched my videos for a while, you know this is what I do. If you haven't watched my videos for a while, this is what I do. So. I know people have complained about it. They're like, do you have ADHD? No, actually, I don't have ADHD. So if you have issues with someone like me and you're thinking, oh my God, that's going to be ADHD, imagine how much worse it is for someone who actually has ADHD. No, I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and I can't focus on one thing very long as a result of it, because my mind is constantly on alert, listening, and just constantly awaiting danger. So my brain is constantly details of absolutely everything, constantly everywhere, and it's really hard for me to focus on anything as a result. Post-traumatic stress disorder is quite different from ADHD, and a lot of people who have post-traumatic stress disorder are often misdiagnosed as having ADHD, only to find out later it was actually post-traumatic stress disorder, not ADHD. So, there's that. That's why we do this, because my brain doesn't focus on things good, because it is too busy focusing on everything around me, and that makes it difficult for me to do things like this. That's why I have so many things open and do it all at once, because I wouldn't be able to do anything if I wasn't doing multiple things at once. If I try to do one thing, it doesn't work. Somewhere nearby was an elder brain. We have another misspelling. And a pod of Thulid priests, and a herd of mindless thralls enslaved by an elder brain, and Quaraun was connected to its hive mind, tapped into its thoughts. And it was nearby. Somewhere in this snow was a Thulid, He felt a hive mind connected to this Thulid. He knew it at once. He knew which Thulid he shared a hive mind with. Zulak, the Daijin priest. Zulak the Great. There is something on the screen. No, no, no. You look like a period floating. There we go. That's better. Looks like a period floating there. It's like, it looked like there was a period and a space and a period, and I was like, it's not period, because when I moved it, it didn't move. It didn't move with the words. Zulak, the Daijin priest. Zulak the Great, the last Daijin priest. Zulak, not and ancient Thulid with purple and violet. With violet, I read that backwards. Also, I have dyslexia, if you didn't know that. That's why you keep seeing me reading things like purple and violet instead of violet and purple. It clearly says violet and purple, and I read violet, purple, and violet. Zulak, an ancient Thulid with violet and purple mottled skin, and big golden pleco eyes. Also, we have a pleco again. There is a pleco in there now. I love plecos. Also, do you know what a pleco eye looks like? I specifically put pleco eye because I love pleco eyes. If I was somebody who was able to, like, go to scientists and say, I want a new eye, and I want it to look like this, I would have pleco eyes. I love pleco eyes. Pleco eye. No, I mean pleco eye. Pleco eye. There you go. Look at that eye. They don't have, their pupils don't get bigger and smaller. This thing in the middle gets bigger and smaller, and it can go completely up to like a little tiny thing up here so that their whole eye is black, or it comes down the middle like this and expands bigger and covers up their whole eye. Pleco eyes are fascinating. I love plecos. Also, I love plecos. Let's look at pictures of plecos. I love plecos. Plecos are one of my favorite animals. There, look at it. I think my favorite fish I ever had was a pleco. Also, I love, look at the armor. They don't have scales. They have this fascinating armor on them. He was an Urgunde bristlenose, and I've never been able to find another one. I got him from the same guy I got the big catfish from. Also, a pleco is a catfish. Plecos can get huge. They are massive. This is what I just got. I got one of these. We just got him last night. We got him last night. He's in the tank. You guys haven't seen him yet, but I just got one of these, which is a chocolate bristle nose. He's chocolate covered. Got his bristles, and he's got his little polka dots. He is a baby right now. He's about 1 inch long. Yeah, here, look how big a pleco can get. Plecos are big. This is why when you go to the store and they say, how big of a tank you putting your pleco in? And they're like, oh, well, I'm going to put him in a 10-gallon. They're like, no, we're not going to sell them to you. You need minimum 100 gallon for a pleco. They're like, why do you need 100 gallon? You're only 1 inch long. Within 6 months, your little 1 inch long pleco is going to look like this. Plecos are 3 feet long when they are full grown. They are a massively huge fish. Yeah, when you get a pleco in the store, they're like that big. They're not going to stay that big. Oh boy, are they not. They get so big. Look how big this, yeah, see? Look how big plecos are. And that's actually a small pleco. They get a lot bigger. Plecos are a really big fish. Pleco is considered a monster fish. They are quite large. Oh, blue plecos are so pretty. Look at the blue ones. Also, they cost around $2,000 for one of those. So if you're considering getting a pleco, do know that some of the pleco breeds are very expensive. Oh, the Medusa pleco. I want a Medusa pleco. I love the Medusa pleco. Look at the Medusa plecos. They're so pretty. Get a bigger picture so you can see it better. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. I've never had a Medusa pleco. I think the Medusa pleco is my favorite pleco. I love those. This is a Medusa pleco. So would you see me describing the thulids, and I described the fact that they look like plecos, and they got pleco eyes, and they got tentacles like plecos? This is a pleco. This is what I'm describing. When I tell you, thulids have tentacles all over their face, and they got pleco eyes, and they look like plecos. This is what I'm describing in the Quaraun books. Because again, I love plecos. Plecos are one of my favorite animals, and I've had many plecos over the years. Let's see if I can find a picture of an Urugande pleco. Can I spell it right? Uruganda? Is it Uruganda? Uruganda pleco? Alright, let's go Uruganda pleco and see what it is. Uruganda pleco. No, these are definitely not Uruganda plecos. Are you an Uruganda pleco and it's a really bad picture? Could be. It's a really bad picture. I'm probably spelling it wrong, that's the thing. Uruguay? Okay, let's go pleco. No, nothing. Pleco green. It's green. Oh, green dragon plecos. Let me show you the green dragon. This one is a really good looking fish. I've seen him before. Go to that website. There's several pictures of him. Look at him. He is a good looking pleco. That's the picture we're just looking at. That is a long fin green dragon. They are extremely rare. Baby one costs around $30, and adult costs several hundred. The green dragon. Ah, you are an Urugande. This one. That is an Uruganda. It has green and it has like yellow splotches on it, similar to a calico, and then it has the bristles. That is a young one. His bristles ain't big yet. Can we find a better picture? I know there's a better picture of one. You hear me talk about I had a big pleco that had one eye. He was a wild caught pleco. I got him from the same guy that I got the catfish I've got now from. He was a wild caught pleco. They had no idea how old he was. He was way bigger than a bristlenose should have been. In captivity, they usually don't grow more than 6 inches, but in the wild, they can get a lot bigger. That's another big pleco. That's a nice pleco. Yes, this has turned into a let's look at pleco picture stream because I love plecos. Again, plecos. Ah, you are almost an Uruganda. You're a rubber lip, right? Are you a rubber lip? You look like a rubber lip, but rubber lip is really similar to Uruganda. There is a website that sells this is a good looking pleco. He has a long fin. Also, you can tell the males and the females by what they look like. That one is a good looking one too. These ones I keep clicking on, those are males. The females don't look like these. The females look quite different. Are you an Ergon? Calls you a green dragon. You don't look like a green dragon. You look like an Ergande. Page not found. Okay. If I can remember what website it is that had the picture of them, because the Ergande one is very rare. You are a strange looking pleco. I can't remember what type that is. I've seen those, but those are so rare. And they're only wild caught. There are no breeders of those. So if you get one of those, that is a wild caught fish. I don't think that one has a name. It's like a nut. Is this the website? Wait, I think this is the website, and that's the same type of fish. Ergande, there you are. This is an Ergande pleco. A chubby. That was a chubby. That one we saw. That's what it's called. It's a chubby. That one we were just looking at. Those are very rare. Lemon drop bristle nose. I think that might be what the one we just got was. It didn't say. He's either a chocolate or a lemon drop. We won't be able to tell until he gets older. Medusa. The Medusa is so pretty. The Medusa is possibly my favorite fish. The Medusa pleco. Plecos in general. I just love plecos. Oh wait. White egg spotted chocolate. Wait, he has white edges on his tail. The one we just got, he could be this. He's still a baby, so his color is still coming in. So we won't know exactly what type, because all it said was bristlenose on the tank. PetSmart, when you go, oh, I see him. I see the little pleco right now. He just came out. He's up on the front. I'm gonna suck on the glass. He's sucking on the glass. He's barely an inch long. So he's got a lot of growing to do. Also, we don't know if it's a male or female because he doesn't have his bristles yet. Females sometimes have bristles. But I think he's a chocolate. Possibly this type. He could be a lemon drop. If he's a lemon drop, his spots will turn like a yellow, bright yellow as he gets older. And if he's a chocolate, his spots will get like an ivory color and start fading as he gets older. So we won't know until he's older what exactly type of pleco he is. But look at the nose on that one. You got a nice nose. This pleco is actually quite bold. He likes coming out in the front with the lights on, which most plecos hide. But he was doing that in the tank at the store also. He wasn't hiding in the tank at the store either. He was like, you know what, I'm going to go right on the front and suck this glass. That's what he's doing here. That's the second time I've seen him since I got him. He went into the back to hide. That earlier this morning he was out on one of the plants. He says, I'm going to eat this plant, which is another thing. If you have live plants and you get a pleco, Depending on the type of pleco, I would buy this fish. I love this fish. I've seen, he's not for sale. They have him at this place and they don't sell him. Anyways, Black Dragon, you're pretty as well. Blue-eyed lemon. Oh, this is a female. This is what I said. The females look quite different. You can see the difference when you see a female. The males are quite different from the females. This is one of the few fish where the female is actually smaller. Most fish, the male is small and the female is twice the size of the male. With plecos, the males are a lot bigger. Males are huge. We didn't find an Urgande, but that is an Urgande. I had one of these. It's like a greenish, brownish, yellowish mottled. It's not a calico. It looks similar to a calico, but it's not a calico. When people first discovered them, they thought they were calicos. And then it was discovered that, wait, we can't breed this with calicos. This is a new species, new breed, not new species. It's a new type. Nobody's ever been able to breed them yet, so they're not available very often. The one I had, he only had one eye. He was wild caught. No clue how he lost his eye. Just at some point in his life, he lost his eye. Where'd the pleco go? I don't see him. Oh, here comes Raphael. Is that Raphael? Is that Rachel? I can't tell. There you turn around. Who you are. That's Raphael. I can see his tail. He's pushing little poor cats out of me. He says, I want to sit here. You're in my way. Yeah, I haven't seen the big catfish interact with the new fish yet. Alright, comes the little pleco. He's like, that fish is 10 times as big as me. I'm going way over here. He just inched his way all the way to the other side of the tank. He's hanging on the glass and he went zip, 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 zip all the way across to the other side. Yeah, Rachel and Raphael are big enough to eat everything in that tank. But they've never showed any aggression or any attempt to eat the smaller fish. I have two very gigantic monster fish in there, and it's their tank. And then I have schools of small fish that swim around through the tank as well with them. And he is scared of that big fish. He's probably never seen a big fish before. You can tell he's scared. His color changed. He's changed. He says, I'm going to be light brown, and I'm going to hang here in the glass, hiding in this plant. He's now inching his way back across the other side of the tank back to where he was. He says, I've never seen anything this big before. I don't know what to think. when I bought Rachel and Raphael originally, I bought 3 fish. The Urgunde Pleco I had gotten at the same time. I had all 3 of them at the same time. But he was a very old fish. We have no idea how old he was, but it was obvious he was old. He was huge. He was a 9-inch long Pleco, 9-inch long Urgunde bristlenose Pleco. A bristlenose normally doesn't get more than 6 inches. So he was way huge. That also indicated that he was very old. He was probably well over 20 years old. I think I had him about 5 years. Didn't have him that long, but when we got him, and Ben was so mad that it cost $30 for that fish, which for Pleco that's nothing. But Ben hadn't ever bought a Pleco before. He didn't know how much these fish cost. And he's like, that's so expensive. Why don't you get a discount? I'm like, do you not see this sign right here that says he's at a discount? Because for one, he's blind. This is a blind fish because it's a really old fish. And it says that. It says it. He's an old fish. This is an elderly fish. There was a sign on his tank that pointed out this fish is discounted because it's an elderly fish. We think he's over 20 years old. We don't know his age. He's wild caught. He may not live long. There's no refunds on this fish because he's so old. You may only have him a few months. He only had one eye also. He had, like, somebody had taken a bite out of his face. The whole side of his face wasn't there. And it had been like that for years. You could see it was like all grown over and scarred. And Ben's like, this fish is old and you should get a discount. Why are you charging $30? And I'm like, $30 is a discount. Do you know how much Plecos cost? That's a huge discount. A big full-grown Pleco with the big bristles like that, you usually pay a few $100 for something like that. Because this fish was so extremely old and he was blind and he was a special needs fish. And you were gonna have to hand feed him. You had to hand tame and feed this fish by hand because he was blind. He had all kinds of special instructions with him. And it's like, $30! Oh my god! And I was like, a full-grown adult bristlenose Pleco for $30. That is an insane discount. I can't remember how long I had him. I know I didn't have him that long. I had him about 5 years, which was longer than they expected. They thought he was so old he probably wasn't going to live another 4 or 5 months. That's why he was so extremely discounted. Because they're like, in order for a bristlenose Pleco to be this big, it's gotta be really, really old. Where were we? We got Pleco eyes. That's where we were. That's speaking of Pleco eyes, he's eyeing Raphael. Raphael is swimming around the tank going, I'm looking for food. I'm going to flip plants. I'm uprooting plants. I don't think Raphael knows the Plecos there. The Plecos. He was down lower, but he went way up, and he's like twisted sideways now and looking down. It's like there's that massive fish down there. I'm going to zip around over here now. He's like, oh no, there it is. I gotta go to the other side. I've never had a Pleco this small before. This is because he's a baby. He's barely bigger than a fry. He's about 1.25 inches. He's just over 1 inch long. He's so tiny. The Daniels are looking at him. He's like, wow, look at these big giant Daniels. Daniels are only, what, 2 inches? Then you just swam over to look at the pleco, and the pleco's inch. I'm going all the way to the other side to get away from this giant fish. It's a little down there. Oh, he's such a small pleco. We covered up all the intakes. I took the bags that you get to put carbon in. I took those and I attached them to the intakes because this pleco was so small. He's the smallest thing in the tank right now. He's smaller than the den is. And he's like, oh boy, a plant with algae on it. I am going to suck up all this algae off this plant. He just found the leaf and just found it sad. Now he's back on the glass. He said, nope, the glass is better. I'm going to go on the glass again. He found one of the logs last night. He was on the log and he's like, oh boy, wood to chew. He did not have wood in his tank. Plecos also have teeth. They have like weird saw like a lamprey. Plecos stick on the glass and they have sucker mouths. But they also have teeth. They have like a ring of teeth. And their teeth will just get longer and longer and longer and then they won't be able to eat anymore. So you have to have wood in the tank because they'll go gnaw in the wood. And he spent like an hour on that last night. It's like, oh boy, I get to eat wood for the first time in my life. There was a bunch of stuff getting stirred up in the back of the tank, so I assume Rachel just came out. There's this massive cloud of gravel just went up in the back. That Rachel, when she comes out and she slams her tail on the gravel. She announces she's coming out. She's like, everybody get the hell out of my way, I'm coming out. Also, stay away from a giant fish like that, because that's what they do. She was so pissed off the other day we had to take her out of the tank because we had to get her in a quarantine tank. She did not like that. She's definitely the dominant fish of the tank. She's also the biggest fish in the tank. And every single time Ben sees Raphael and he's like, wow, that fish is huge. And then he'll see Rachel come out. He's like, oh my god, that fish is huge. It's like, okay. Every single time he sees her, it's like he forgets that there's this gigantic fish in the tank. He hardly ever sees her. She don't come out very often when the lights are on. I turn out all the lights in the room, and I turn the antique lights on in the tank, and she'll come out. You see her swimming around in there. It's usually the only time you see her. You hardly ever see Rachel come out otherwise. Plecos are also the most sensitive fish you could get. There's a lot of people who won't keep plecos because any change in the water or anything, they just drop dead immediately. Very hard to revive them. Or did that one end? Okay, that one ended. Was that one this one? Okay, I'm going to close that because you are repairing it. No, don't do that. That's not what I wanted you to do. I wanted to do this. Okay, no favorites are online, so let's find somebody at random here. There's nobody here we've done before. We've done you before, it says. Only one? Well, let's see what you got. They were keeping sidetracked. Yeah, that's what I did. Also, can we upgrade? We can upgrade and specialize. Okay, what is the one I've already got? You are what? You're a Deadeye. Okay. So we want something not Deadeye. Wait. Can we not have two to save? I don't know. We've never tried to have specialized two before, have we? A specialized archer with +1 range. Okay. Specialized archer with +1 range. Specialized archer slows down targets by 20%. Let's go +1 range. There we go. And so you are still that. Okay. I'm not sure how that works. We've never done that before because this first time we're getting two specialized that are the same. So yeah. Doesn't seem to stay in anyone's spot long except for when he was on the wooden log. I see him. Sometimes he'll be down on the gravel, zipping along on the gravel. Frequently he's on the glass. And sometimes he's over on the plant. Always the same plant. That is a heavily planted tank. There are plants everywhere in there. But there's only one plant I've seen him on. I wonder why. It's not a real plant either. It's not a fake plant, so he keeps going. It's like, this is my plant, I'm going to sit on it. And he's ignoring the others. I don't see him anymore. I don't know. Since he was working his way across, he was on the glass, zipping his way across the tank, sucking the glass. He's probably reached the other side and now going down the other side. I can't see him. He's too far back. Yeah, I think he might be on the log. I can see some movement on the log, and I can't tell. I can't tell what it is because the log is too far away. He's on. Yep, he's on the log. He just came around the front. It's like, I'm gonna suck on these logs. I think he's exploring the entire tank because we just got him last night. He spent most of the night hiding in one of the caves. He kept looking in the cave throughout the night, and then he was like, nope, I'm not here. You can't see me. I'm in this cave. He came out this morning when I turned the lights on, and he's been zipping around the tank, just going to different places. He's, wow, that was a mistake. Did he not know that was a fish? There's a pile of cory cats sitting there asleep. They're just all in a pile. And he's zipping his way over, and he's zipping his way over, and he's sucking on this and sucking on this, and he's going over, and he just went right across the back of a cory cat, and all of a sudden the cory cat jumped up and like went zoom into the back. So he just went into the back now. He's like, oh no, you were not a log. I thought you were a log. Okay, where were we? Plecos. We got sidetracked because, you know, I like plecos. You can tell the type of stuff I like. You read the Quaraun books. It's like, okay, jellyfish that pretends he's an elf. A giant pleco that's walking around as a priest. Here he is. Avallac'h, an ancient thulid with violet and purple mottled skin and big golden pleco eyes. And a sharp-toothed lamprey maw surrounded by a dozen long-fused pink slithering tentacles. Yes, he's kind of a pleco. Only pink. No, Quaraun whispered under his breath, it can't be. I'm not whispering, so yeah. The Daijin are dead. I killed them. There can't be one still alive. Quaraun heard none of the undead. Yeah, undead, you know, that we were talking about back there, that they're just slowly gathered around Quaraun. He's lost in thought, hasn't seen him yet. Too deep in his own thoughts, eh? Yeah, too deep in his own thoughts. Too cold to think clearly. The trees continued to grow thicker. Quaraun saw none of this. See, just said so. Quaraun saw none of this. His mind was focused. Searching Avallac'h, his captor, his galar, his prison guard. Fear filled Quaraun as his mind flooded with ancient thoughts, long-forgotten thoughts, thoughts he deliberately buried, thoughts he wanted to forget. Thoughts of a war fought 1,000 years ago, a war on a distant planet in a distant galaxy, a galaxy in another dimension far, far away. Star Wars. Every time I hear far, far away, I think, oh yeah, Star Wars. Does it say that in Star Wars? Is that why my brain does that? I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't seen Star Wars in like close to 40 years. I should watch Star Wars again. I've been Star Wars when I saw it. People get so hung up on Star Wars, don't they? It's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, Star Wars was a good movie. So I can see people getting hung up on it, but it's like, I never did. Ben tries to, but Ben can be such a hypocrite sometimes. No, I'm a Mormon. Okay. He likes Princess Leia. Slave Princess Leia. And he won't admit it. We were at the store once and there was this poster of Slave Princess Leia. He picked it up. He carried it around the store. I thought he was going to buy it. I was looking for something. I can't remember what I was looking for. We were in the store a good hour, maybe 2 hours, while I was looking for something. The whole time. Because he saw it when we first went in. He picked it up. He was standing there. He's carrying his picture. Slave Princess Leia sitting there, Jabba the Hutt. Carried it all through the store. We're finally getting in line. He went over and put it back. I was like, are you buying it? He's like, no, I'm not going to buy that anymore. Clearly you wanted it. You were carrying it to the store. He got so upset when she died. Carrie Fisher. Why can't you admit you like Princess Leia? He's such a hypocrite about it. He's like, no, what's Bishop think? Not what the Bishop thinks. You like Princess Leia, just admit it. Also, there's a Tetra in there. Didn't notice until I get back. We got a bunch of Daniels. Because I had a big school of Daniels, and they all died the other day with that thing that happened because of the hurricane that messed up the water, and they got everything messed up. So most of the Daniels died. 8 Daniels there sitting on the bottom terrified because, oh my god, we had this massive school and now there's only 8 of us left, which most stores recommend buy 5 Daniel, they'll be fine. No, they won't. You get 5 Daniel, they're not going to be fine. That is a schooling fish that in the wild lives in schools of 200 or 300 fish. 5 Daniel, they're not going to be fine. Pet stores and articles online both tell you 5 Daniels is fine. It's not. Buy 30 Daniel, put them in one tank. Buy 5 Daniel, put them in another tank, and watch the difference. The 5 Daniel will zip around over here. The 30 Daniel will swim in a massive, like this is one big giant. You can see the difference. The 5 skittish little Daniel does zipping back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. That's normal. That's not normal swimming behavior. And everybody's like, yeah, look at them zip around. No, they shouldn't be doing that. That's because they're doing that because they're stressed out because you only got 5 of them. Don't do that. But yeah, there were 25 Daniel, and then we got I don't know what it is, but we got one. It's a flying rogue. It looks like, right? Is it? It's the flying rogue. Yes, flying rogue. Oh, flag. Okay. We got a new skin. I didn't even realize we got a skin chest going. I didn't know that was a skin chest one. I didn't check the chest. He always puts down markers. We'll wait for him to put down markers. But yeah, it went from one day to the next, 24 Daniel to 8 Daniel, and they were sitting down on the bottom terrified. They didn't dare to move. They were just down there huddled and in the corner because there was only 8 of them left. So we got 13 more of them last night. So now there's 21, supposedly. And when I was putting them in the tank, I was like, wait a minute, you're not Daniel. So there's 20 Daniel and 1 Tetra. He's a glow light Tetra, and he is terrified out of his mind. He keeps trying to swim with the Daniels. He goes up and he's like, oh boy, here's a school of fish. Let me swim with them. And he swims with them for about 2 minutes. And then he's like, wait a minute, you're not me. And then he goes down the bottom and he sits there, and he'll sit there for a few hours and he doesn't move. And he sees the Daniel herd go by again, and he's like, oh boy, big school of fish, let me go swim with you. And he swims with them for a couple of minutes, and then he's like, wait, no, you're not Tetris. And then he goes back on the bottom again. I see him right now. He's in the front. He's sitting there with the curry cats. He's like, here's a big school of fish sitting here not doing anything because they're all asleep. I'm going to go sit here and sleep with you guys. So, we're going back to the store tonight to get a school of Tetra so he's not alone. I know most people would be, why don't you just take it back to the store? Tell them they gave you the wrong fish. Get another Daniel. They're the same price as the Daniel. So, there's no difference there. But, the tank is plenty big enough for a school of Tetras in addition to. So, we'll just get more Tetras. I did not see those Tetras in the store. So I don't know if it's a case where that was the only one in the tank, or did I just not notice? It's a glow light Tetra. I did not notice any glow light Tetras in the store. So we're going to go back and see, do they have glow light Tetras? If they do, we'll get 10 of them. If it's a situation where we're going to get 10 and they only have 7, we'll get 7. But if we're going to get 10 and they have 12, rather than leave 2 behind, I get all of them. That's why I'll end up with an odd number, like 13 Daniels. We got 13 Daniels last night instead of 10. Because, well, there's 13 in the tank. Let's get them all. Don't leave the 3 behind. So, we're going to go see if we can get 10 of those glow light Tetras, and I do not remember them having glow light Tetras. As I was wondering, is he just one that they had left over from before that just happened to be there? And if that's the case, we're going to have to go look somewhere else, see if we can find them, because that's not a common type of Tetra. It's not a type of Tetra you normally see, not around here at least. It's considered a common breed, but not around here. It is not a common breed in this area. On the line. It's just not the type of fish that people in this area get, I think. For whatever reason. I have hiccups again. Hiccups. Anyways, we was reading. And doing nothing. Back and forth. I see you going back. Did he calm down? He finally calmed down. He's been sitting here shaking at my feet. And he's like, the storm's gone. I'm going to go eat my Nalabone. He ate his Nalabone. He went out and had a Nalabone. Also, do we have stuff in the store here? There's a pound in here. I have enough to get both? A war fought over a tiny pink jellyfish, an itty-bitty thing no larger than a thumbnail. A teeny-tiny itty-bitty teensy-weensy little pink jellyfish who was the single most powerful, most ancient elder brain of them all. Avallac'h, her devoted follower, her loyal priest, who loved the sacred pink jellyfish above all else, had stolen her, kidnapped her, scooped her up out of her brain sea, bottled her in a little glass goldfish bowl, and bottled her in a little glass goldfish bowl. Scared and confused, the tiny frightened pink goldfish swam in fear, not knowing why she was taken, not knowing. You see, this sentence right after here, they're talking about this is the most powerful creature ever. An elder brain, a scion, the controller of all the hive minds. And then immediately, right after that, it says, scared and confused, not knowing why she was taken, not knowing where they were going, not aware of the massive implosion of the planet that was taking place all around her. They believed she's this, and now you're seeing, yeah, she's this. They're worshiping this jellyfish as this massive, this is the creator of the universe type of situation. And the jellyfish is like, what the fuck? I was swimming happy in my little ocean. Why did you take me? I don't know what's going on. The Thulid planet was giant, the world reduced to chaos, and the elder gods were laid to blame. The elder gods should have seen this coming. And yet she didn't. The elder gods should have known. Thus was the battle cry of the outraged denizens of the Thulid planet. The Thulid sun was in supernova. The Thulid citizens had blamed the elder gods for not knowing ahead of time that the world was ending. But they didn't know, they hadn't seen, for the elder brains were not gods. They were just very intelligent sea creatures with very powerful psionic abilities. And with the elder gods now revealed for what they truly were, the populations of enthralled slaves broke free of their mental bonds and stormed the underground caves, stormed the slime-filled pools, killing the elder brains, slaughtering the sea creatures whom had enslaved them. The Thulid revolt was fruitless, however, for the sun was in supernova, and all the world. All wood. Okay, we got some errors here. The Thulid revolt was fruitless, however, for the sun was in supernova, and all would die as the planet was sucked into its exploding sun. But all would die free, knowing that moments before the world had ended, they had slaughtered every last elder brain. But one escaped, the sacred pink jellyfish. Ripped from her tadpole-filled pool, period. I read that like a start of a sentence, not a full sentence. Sloshing against the sides of the glass bowl she now found herself in, as one terrified priest dared defy the crowds and flee the temple of the elder gods, desperate to escape with at least one Thulid elder brain still alive. Like rats fleeing a sinking ship, the Thulid masses boarded vast starships and left the planet to die, leaving behind millions, billions who had not prepared for the end, whom had not believed the scientists. There were not enough ships, few survived. The ships drifted through space, some drift still, now empty, the crew and passengers long ago dead. Some invaded other worlds, conquering them, destroying them in massive Thulid takeovers. Most ships were lost to where no one knows. One ship crashed on Earth, in the icy cold waters off the shores of Avallac'h, Quebec. Most of its crew and passengers drowned in the depths of Earth's bitter cold waters. One priest survived, still clutching his precious cargo, still clutching the glass orb filled with water. But within the glass orb she lay dying. The pink the sacred pink jellyfish had stopped swimming, too weak, suffering in so much pain, the agony. As Avallac'h sat in the snow on the rocky cliffs of Avallac'h, watching the last of the elder brains die, he looked up to see a young mother and her son coming down the mountain. Desperate to save his ladyship's life, Avallac'h did what had never been done before. He implanted the elder brain in a host. Elder brains were never implanted, never. It simply wasn't done. But outside of her tadpole-filled pool of slime, she simply would not live. At least in a host, she had a chance to survive. Eat the host's brain, apostrophe, absorb its soul, connect. That is obviously an autocorrect that happened there. And I think I spelled that right. Did I spell that wrong? Yes. Connect to its nerves and become one with the host until the fully enveloped host existed no more. The young mother deeply loved her little boy. She'd never hurt him, no matter what he'd become. Avallac'h sensed this. He knew immediately what he had to do, and before the woman had a chance to react, Avallac'h grabbed the toddler from her grasp, shattered the glass bowl he was carrying, and inserted the tiny parasitic jellyfish up his nostril into his brain. The mother screamed and fought, but one simply cannot fight a strong, healthy Zulu priest. A monk, a warrior, why is that capitalized? A monk, a warrior, a zealous radical devoted to his religion, devoted to his God, and armed with a dozen well-muscled tentacles, lamprey teeth, and a psionic mind. There was no fighting such a beast. And had it been left to Avallac'h, the young mother would have served as his dinner. But the sacred, not scared, probably scared too, the sacred pink jellyfish took hold of his mind and demanded he spare the mother to raise the child. The boy died in agony as the weeks passed, and the pink jellyfish ate his brain. Its tentacles growing and spreading through his body, fusing with his spinal column and overtaking everything he was. The jellyfish hated what she had done. She felt every agony the boy felt, her mind becoming one with him as he suffered. Mind becoming one with him as he suffered. And in her guilt for killing the child, rather than taking over him, she became him. No more the Thulid elder brain leading an entire solar system, she became a 3-year-old moon elf who dearly loved his mother. Again, scared. Why is it autocorrected? That is autocorrect. So obviously autocorrect. The sacred pink jellyfish sent Avallac'h away, telling him never to return. She did not want to see him again. She would never again be a Thulid. She was now an elf. This elf. She would remain him forever. For the sake of his grieving mother, she remained the elf, even these many long years after his mother had died. Thus the sacred pink jellyfish became Quaraun, and Quaraun would always remain an elf, never evolving to look like other Thulids, never becoming the squid-headed tentacle beast everyone recognized the Thulid to be. Avallac'h, the last of the Daijin priests. Quaraun, the last of the elder brains. The Daijins were dead at the hands of their beloved Jelly, who had turned on them in the body of an elf and killed them all to save the life of a little black unicorn, the elf eater of Pepperelli. We're looking for more. It's only one of 3 people you had. I didn't know that. Oh, we'll keep going. Big. I'm gonna give it to him so you don't have much. I almost want to give it to you though. It's because you have this board, but you've got so many people. The chances of it doing any good for us isn't as good. Oh. Remember the epic on that one. Oh, we need 54 for that last one. Okay. Yeah. This is my last slice of pizza. I might want to get up and go make my pizza. Reader Angry Fuka. Okay, I'll have one fuzzy. There's another description, because we're looking for the descriptions of Boom Fuzzy. I read that other one with the Thulid because of how it ended, where it said, it specifically, this is where it says outright that the unicorn is the elf eater of Pet Valley. Boom Fuzzy, the unicorn. What is that thing in the middle? Power Surge runs around the map causing chaos. Eats power-ups and zaps. Ooh. 8,000 points, 200 damage. Wow, it one hit kills almost everything. There are 4 power-ups. So the power-ups need to be protected from that thing. See if any of our other favorites have come online. No. Okay. this time we're gonna epic something. I'm not sure. What should we epic? Should we go with an epic healer again like we did earlier? Heals allies for 48 HP. Support unit that heals allies grants a 15% defense boost. Because this is a really hard map, and he only has 3 people, me and one other person. He's got 2 other people now. Which means he's not going to have much put down. So it may be to an advantage to epic a healer. Or a monk. I mean, epic monk is better than epic healer. Epic monk is way better than epic healer. Wait a minute. We're gonna give you an epic monk. Oh, I see the platform candies on fronts. He's found a place where there's a plant that's against, it makes like a bush, and the leaves are against the glass. And he's up in, so he's like in a cave, sucking on the glass, completely surrounded by leaves. And I think he thinks he's hiding. He's like, oh, what? I can suck on glass and be in a cave at the same time. So, I need to go to the bathroom. So, I gotta get up. I'll be right back. Them being scared of storm? You know what? I just noticed what time it was. Ben isn't here yet. I was in a stream while I was waiting for him to come. So it was only going to be about an hour. We're almost on 3 hours now. Carried away in this, and I didn't realize how much time had gone by. That goes on the front menu. This is what they accidentally gave us one. If you need to go get more of them, and that is way bigger than actual size. It's like only half that size. Six people fighting. Still waiting for them to find it out. I'm looking for flag bearer because we got a request for flag bearers and healers. Also, Ovid may be going offline. He goes offline this time of day. Let's refresh. I have all of the skins for that, so you'll end up getting gold instead of scrolls, which is fine. What do you think now? Bronze. Do we have anybody? Yes, one of our regulars has come back on. Is Over gone offline? I'm pretty sure he is going offline. Yes, he is. He just went offline. Okay. So let's take you off. Just hasn't signed him out yet. And you are actually specifically doing a vampire thing. I see the stream captain is vampire. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna give you a healer because we have a quest that says put down a healer. And you appear to have other people putting other stuff down, so we give you a healer. And I don't think we have anything left in the story, did we? Oh no, we do. We have one more. Okay. Quaraun in his many decades living his to die shit. You know what? Let's go up one more. All life in the desert was gone. Also, all life in the desert was gone. It's people. It'll expand on that later in another novel where it actually starts having characters point out everywhere you go, everything dies. Not just the people you told to drop dead and that they drop dead, but everything drops dead. He doesn't realize he's doing that yet. All life in the desert was gone, save a small elf wearing ultra-pink thulid silks and a black unicorn. The dazed, confused elf turned around and walked out of the desert and walked clear across the planet, making his way back home to the moon elf village in the deep north, while the Fuga gathered up what little remained of his army and trailed along behind. Years passed as the cherry blossom pink-robed wizard priest, that's a mouthful, walked across the planet, and everywhere Quaraun went, rumors gathered of the moon elf necromancer in thulid clothes, and the bodies he left behind in every village he visited. In the years it took him to walk back home, he had gained a reputation for being the single most feared being to ever exist. More feared than the thulids, more feared than the Aelfir himself. Quaraun, in his many decades of living with the Dajin, had taken to dressing like them, and now wore very elaborately jeweled dresses in brilliant shades of pink. He stood out starkly against the silvery bluish-white snow-covered landscape. Do we want to read all of this? Because I know it's going into a description of Quaraun and stuff. We're looking... No, we want to keep going. This is actually the one we're looking for. We're looking for a specific scene. This is it, so we'll keep going. His white hair likewise strayed from convention, having never been cut. Having had never cut it in several decades. His hair likewise strayed from convention, having had that's confusing. Having had never cut it. Having had never cut it. Having never. Okay. His hair likewise strayed from convention, having never cut it. That's better. Having never cut it in several decades. You know what? That is a run-on sentence. That's the other reason we're having trouble. His hair likewise strayed from convention, period. Having never cut it in several decades, Quaraun's silvery white hair now reached past his knees. Quaraun had only been a small child when the moon elves had sent him to live with the thulid wizards. The squid-headed alien mages. Alien! Singular. The squid-headed alien mages 8 elves, and it was expected that they would eat Quaraun, and the moon elves would be done with their troublesome little elf. Oh, that helps. No one save the king had expected the Zulids to take the elf in and treat him as one of their own, much less that they would train him in their dark magic arts and induct him into their elite wizarding society, the Order of the Dajin. Also, people have questioned this Dajin, and they're like, do you mean Jinn? No, I don't. Because Jinn are a creature. Jinn. Let me spell it. Jinn are a creature that exists in Quaraun's world. So you do encounter them in some stories. And it's spelled different. A Dajin is D-I''J-I-N-N, and Jinn is D-J-I-N-N. Missing an I and missing an apostrophe. Jinn is a genie. That's the actual name. Jinn is singular. Genie is plural. They're the same word. Jinn is singular. Genie is plural. Same word. Genie in a bottle. Dajin is something different. Upon realizing that Quaraun would never be eaten by the Zulids, and he was fast gaining a reputation as the most powerful wizard of all time, the Moon Elves decided it was time to bring him back into their society and undo the damage of his having taken up wizardry. The Moon Elves shied away. Is that spelled right? Shied away. That looks wrong. The Moon Elves, that looks wrong too. They both look wrong. Shied away from magic arts, seeing them as a great evil. Quaraun's fast-rising fame is a black eye against their culture, for the world saw Quaraun as a representation of his people, and his people saw him as a freak and a corruption of everything they held dear and sacred. Also, how many times does it say scared being jellyfish? It said that frequently. Autocorrect is changing it because... Wait a minute. That's right. That's so very wrong. Oh, there's that one. Something just scared Bear. He was just swimming lazily along, and all of a sudden he turned around and zipped real fast back across the tank. It scared you. Oh, no, it's scared. Some scared. Where was I? I get interrupted by fish. I was interrupted by fish. That always happens. They determined they could not allow him to go on this way, and must turn him back into a good and proper moon elf before it was too late and he became too set in his ways. Sister Racy? And I was like, is Sister Racy? No, it is. Okay. Oh, it's been so long since I've read this that I've forgotten where some things in it were. Every 4 minutes we get interrupted by this. Press the button to do this at the same time. They had requested his return several times and were surprised when one day he actually showed up unannounced. Quaraun was on his way home to the Valley of the Moon Elves in the far deep north after having lived so many decades with Daishen. This, I think parts of this should be moved to elsewhere. It confused me because I thought it was something else, and then this. Quaraun had speech disorders, which was plagued with phobias, and was shorter, smaller, and thinner than other moon elves, seen by others as a retarded, weak runt in frail health. He had spent his early childhood being bullied and teased horrendously by the other moon elves. It was why he had killed them. Yeah, I feel like there's supposed to be something else there that just didn't get written. Quaraun, for whatever reason, had no memory of having killed anyone. Not the moon elf children who bullied him, nor the Daishen who raised him. He also had time to forget what the villagers were like, how they had treated him, and they in turn were not expecting to see anything out of it. Okay, something is wrong here. He had had time to forget what the villagers were like, how they had treated him. Okay, period, start new sentence. The villagers in turn were not expecting to see a crown prince return as a transvestite dressed in shimmer and almond blossom pink gowns, making him in their eyes far more freakish than he had been when he had left. Make him far more freakish than when he had left. Make him far more freakish than he had been when he left. The Moon Elves had other reasons for requesting Quaraun's return, reasons which they had chosen not to tell him about for fear he'd remember how they treated him and not help them. 1,000 years ago or more, no one really knew the date, there had risen up a king. Okay, here's the part, this is the part why we started reading this. Because again, we're just looking for descriptions of Boom Fuzzy, because people have pointed out that number one, they didn't know Boom Fuzzy was a horse. Number two, they didn't know Boom Fuzzy was a unicorn. And number three, they didn't know Boom Fuzzy was a black man. The first description, we already saw him described as a black man. We've now had 3 scenes of him described as a horse and a unicorn. We're still in the first chapter. And that's why I started reading this scene was again, because it's starting to describe Boom Fuzzy again. 1,000 years ago or more, no one really knew the date, there had risen up a king, an evil, murderous, bloodthirsty monster who had set out to kill every king across the globe. One by one, the monstrous beast had slaughtered every king of the realm of Fae, declaring himself king of all the fairies. The creature was a bitter, angry Fuka, an evil trickster fairy who thought there was nothing, okay, wait a minute, something wrong, who thought there was nothing more delightsome, autocorrect, that's what the problem is, autocorrect corrected. There was nothing more delightsome than to watch his victims die horrible deaths at the expense of his own bloody practical jokes. King Avallac'h hailed from Fire Mountain of Pepper Valley. And that's something we may change. There is confusion as to where Fire Mountain is physically located. Several scenes in several novels state that Pepper Valley is in Maine. It's Biddeford, Maine. It's Pepper Valley. He can't say it right. He can't say Pepper, so he calls it Pepper, and it's actually Pepper Valley, which is in Biddeford, Maine. So he calls it Pepper Valley. It's where Pepper Mill is, and Pepper Mill is a place with big smokestacks that you see me walk my dog by on almost daily basis. We're in Pepper Valley. This is where we live. That's what this area is called. It goes down. That's why we're in a flood zone. We are about 100 feet below sea level here. We are very below sea level, and it floods a lot. It's a big valley basin in Saco Bay, also known as the Saco River Estuary. It is actually named Pepper Valley. Here are kills, tall white oven. There are no volcanoes here. Some parts of the story, not this novel, some parts of several novels other than this one, say that Fire Mountain is in Pepper Valley, and then other places say that it's in Oregon, and list Fire Mountain as actually being renamed by the humans Mount St. Helens. So there's an issue of where the hell is Fire Mountain? We don't know. And I'm thinking it's possibly one of those things where it's like a teleporting thing which does exist around the world, where it can exist here and then a few days later, oh look, it's over there, because magic. I'm leaving now. Okay. But 2 of the pet stores are already closed. We couldn't go to them yesterday because it came over too late. One of them closes at 6, the other one closes at 7. They're both closed now. Which means, again, we're stuck to going to PetSmart in Biddeford, where I don't like to go. And if we're going to just be getting cat food or something, fine. I don't like how they treat their animals in that store. And we saw it again yesterday. It's one of those things where people will be like, oh, we can't go to big box store. No, most of them are okay. You go to PetSmart in Scarborough, they've got a guy there, he cares a hell of a lot about the fish. He knows about fish. There's an older woman who also cares a lot about the fish. There's a younger woman. They know what they're doing. these people actually know fish, and they actually are people who have fish at home, and they take care of fish, and they've taken care of fish for years, and they're careful with the fish. They treat the fish good. You know, it's not a situation where don't go to PetSmart. No, it's a situation of the workers in Biddeford PetSmart they don't know anything. It's like we saw last night. If you missed what I said earlier, we got some fish last night. And when we went in there was nobody at the fish department. And so Ben asked one of the workers if we wanted to get some fish. And she's like, oh, nobody's here for the fish department tonight. They go find somebody. Is there somebody who knows how to get fish? They finally, some girl came over. She sticks the net in the tank, and she starts flinging it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. She killed a good 40 of the fish while she was doing it. There was a whole bunch of guppies swimming around in with the Daniels. It was a big giant tank. It was like a 150-gallon tank. And it must have had a few hundred fish. There's a lot of different types of fish. They shouldn't do that. They should have one tank with one type of fish, one tank with one type of fish, like a 10-gallon tank, which is what a lot of stores do. I don't know why this store is set up different, but it is. So it's a really big tank. And there's lots of different types of fish. You get a school of Danny over here, school of Tetra over there, school of guppies over here. She sticks the net in the tank, and she just goes from one end of the tank to the other really fast, like she's stirring a pot. She's not trying to catch the fish. She's just stirring up the tank to get the fish to start moving around. What the hell? And when she does it, the metal of the net is hitting a lot of the fish. And she killed a whole bunch of the fish. And then she stops and she looks at it and she said, oh, they're all being brats tonight. They're all dead. But what the hell? She took it retarded. As I said, usually PetSmart's okay, but that PetSmart, it's in Biddeford. It has Biddeford people working there. Look up the Guinness World Records that Biddeford has. It has several. Biddeford has several. Including the town with the highest rate of incest of any town in the world, where 73% of the population, there are 27,000 people living in Biddeford, 73% of those 27,000 people are close familiar relationships, meaning a mother married to her son, a father married to his daughter, or a brother married to his sister. Go to the nationalcensus.gov, where you find other information. Like Biddeford is number 3 on the top 10 list of the towns with the lowest IQ in America. The average IQ in Biddeford being 68. Well, an IQ of under 75 classifies as mentally retarded by a medical diagnosis. So when the average IQ is 68, that means most people have an IQ of 68. That also means about a quarter of the people have an IQ of lower than 68. And you go to the government website about school systems, where you find the testing standard that is used for the entire America. There are 3 towns, only 3 towns in America, 1, 2, 3, that do not use the national standard grading system, because the students are so low intelligent that they can't pass they can't graduate. So while the rest of the country, to get an A, you must get a 100 on your score. To get a B, you must get a 90. To get a C, you must get an 80. To get a D, you must get a 70. To get an F, you must get a 60. In Biddeford, Maine, the high school changed the grading system, and they had to get approval from the government to do it. One of only 3 towns in the country has ever had to do this. Anything above a 70, 70, 80, 90, 100 is an A. You can get a 20 and still pass. Lowest IQ in America. Isn't that nice? They have Guinness World Records for that. To the Guinness website, you will find Biddeford, Maine has a long list of world records that are Biddeford's proud of it, and I'm like, you're proud of these things? You're proud that you're the stupidest people on the planet? You're proud that you have the most incest on the planet? You're proud that you have all of these things? Why? And then we see people like that girl at PetSmart who, let's stick a fish net in the tank, go and kill all the fish. And then stand back and say, oh, you little brats, you're all dead. And then ask me again why I don't want to go to PetSmart in Biddeford. Pepper Valley. And then people are like, Boom Fuzzy's language! Oh yeah, Boom Fuzzy's language. Boom Fuzzy's fucking language that he likes to fucking talk about because he can't stop fucking saying the word fucking every 5 minutes. Have you ever watched one of my dog walking vlogs? Have you noticed we can't go 5 minutes walking down the street without hearing somebody say fucking this or fucking that and fucking here and fucking there? Because, oh, those fucking kids again, and oh my god, and you'd think half the time it was adults, half the time it wasn't adults. There were 3 little kids, and we have this on video because we were walking down the street with my dog, and there's these 3 little kids. They're 8 years old. They're talking about, they're in 1st grade, they're 8 years old, which means they all stayed back a grade too, because 2 grades. 1st grade is 6 years old, not 8. But they're 8 years old. They're talking about their 1st grade. They're just getting back home from school. So did you hear what my fucking social worker said? Which of your fucking social workers? I've got 3 fucking social workers. Don't you have 5 fucking social workers? Yeah, I've got 5 fucking social workers, but it's my fucking mother says I need 5 fucking social workers. Me and Marcy just stopped and listened to this conversation. They're 8 years old. These were the children who live next door to me. They're 8 years old, and every other word out of their mouth was fucking, and they're comparing, well, I've only got 3 social workers. Should I get another social worker? I've got 5 social workers. And it wasn't, I've got 5 fucking social workers. I've got 3 fucking social workers. Oh, my fucking social workers. And then people are like, Boom Fuzzy's language. Boom Fuzzy was in Biddeford, Maine. Boom Fuzzy was born and raised in Biddeford, Maine. Anybody who's ever been set foot in Biddeford, Maine knows the language of Biddeford, Maine. And if you say that this guy is from Biddeford, Maine, and he's not, every other fucking word out of his fucking mouth is fucking, they're gonna look at you and they're gonna go, wow, you've never been to Biddeford, Maine. Yeah, Boom Fuzzy is from Biddeford, Maine, and that's why he talks like that. I'm amazed at people who don't live in Maine and are shocked when they encounter Maine people and how Maine people talk and they're like, oh my god. Yep. That's how main people talk. So, have fun being shocked and horrified. Oh, I've encountered so many tourists that are like, oh my god, everybody says fuck every other word. What is this? The whole state? Yeah, the whole state. Unless you're in Orchard Beach, and then you get the High and Mighty Dynasty. Oh, woohoo. So many people in Old Orchard Beach act like they're king shit. It's ridiculous. Old Orchard Beach is a honky-tonk town. It's literally white trash. What people, when people say white trash, it's trailer parks. Lots of them. Lots of trailer parks. Trailer park here, trailer park there, trailer park here, trailer park there. It's all trailer parks. And people who, I paid $6 million for my taxes. Yeah. For your trailer? And yes, he does pay $6 million for his taxes. Because after he said that, you know, I went to the town hall and checked his tax records. Oh, yes, I know your name, and yes, I know you're watching because I have a tracking thing. I installed a tracking thing. So I know the ISPN, so who watches my videos? He spends so much time running over backwards trying to keep people from knowing his name, and I was like, oh wow, so you have the same name as that kindergarten teacher. Is she your mother? Oh my. Huh. That explains a lot. Oh boy, does that ever explain a lot. Biddeford, Maine doesn't have a volcano. Sooner or later, we're going to have to explain that. We're going to have to do some world building issues with Fire Mountain, because we always say Fire Mountain is Mount St. Helen, and then we always say Pepper Valley is Pepperell Valley in Biddeford, Maine. At Mount St. Helen is in Oregon, and Biddeford is Pepperell Valley it's in Biddeford, Maine. So, Portland, Oregon, or Portland, Maine? Which one is it? Of course, when you read the Vampire Leprechaun of Fire Mountain, that says something. That says something there. Because when they get to Fire Mountain, because they actually visited Fire Mountain, oh, so many readers hated the ending of that one. The story just goes on and on and on. We're hiking and hiking and hiking and hiking. We're on our way to Fire Mountain and hiking and hiking. And we're on our way to Fire Mountain and hiking and hiking. And they finally get to Fire Mountain, the end. And so many readers were like, oh my god! I read this whole thing! They finally get to Fire Mountain and it ends? We never see Fire Mountain. They get there and it ends? Boy, did you miss the point of the story. The point of the story was the trip. The trip to Fire Mountain. Who the hell cares what happened when they got to Fire Mountain? That wasn't the point. Oh, that's the only one people have complained about the ending, though. It is it? I was trying to think about, has there ever been another story that had people actually complain about how it ended? I don't remember ever getting any complaints about any ending other than the Vampire Leprechaun of Fire Mountain. There's just so many people who were like, I wanted to see what happened when they got to Fire Mountain, and they got to Fire Mountain, and it ended, and we didn't see what happened. Well, there is a part 2 to that book. That would be the Obsidian Idol of the Elf Eater of Pepper Valley. The Obsidian Idol of the Elf Eater of Pepper Valley, which is the very next novel. Had you just read to the next novel, you would have seen what happened. Because it picks up immediately where that stops. They get to Fire Mountain, and oh my god, there it is. We're at the foot of the mountain. It's a volcano. We're here. And then it ends. The very next one starts. Here we are at Fire Mountain. Now we go into Fire Mountain. What the hell are we going to do here? Oh, I know what we're going to do here. Kill Boom Fuzzy. That's the one where Quaraun just goes psychotic meltdown of, yeah, I'm going to kill Boom Fuzzy. That's what we're doing. Why? I don't know. Quaraun has issues. What is yours? Gold. Okay, I want to see what every chest is because I want to know where are we putting this. We've got an epic here to give to somebody. Gold. And I'm not sure who to give it to. So who do we want to give this to? Silver. I think you're going offline, right? So let's close this. Do we have a favorite? Nope. Let's find somebody else to replace. Somebody that we already have done before. A lot of these we have. Oh, you already got a silver? Really? Wow. Okay, let's select you. What do you got? You're one of our semi-regulars. We need to go to this one. You're a loyalty boss. Oh, look at how many enemies. Wow. Okay. We'll give you the epic. And I think we should... Wait, do we have one? Did I already use it? I already used it, didn't I? I already used it. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give you an epic buster over there in front of those things. Buster's gonna just run right into it. Do I have an Orc Slayer? Because Orc Slayers are good on this map. I do have an Orc Slayer. Okay, I'm going to give you an Orc Slayer. And you have 2 vampires. Is the vampire good on this? No, the vampire's not good on this. What is... Ain't the rogue what you need for that? Wait, ain't the rogue the one you need for that? Yes. Okay, Okay, I've got 4 rogues. Which rogue is the better rogue? 82, 35, 45, 51. What do you got for... Okay. You... 82, 30, 50, 51. You've already got an epic rogue and a non-epic rogue. I'm going to give you a flying rogue. Over here. There we go. Flying rogues are really good over here, so I'll give you a flying rogue. Okay. And we can almost upgrade something else, but shouldn't the strawberries... we can almost upgrade. What's the next one? Oh, we can almost upgrade a vampire. We're really close to another vampire upgrade. Okay, so the cheapest one's going to be you. 600. Well, no, the cheapest one's going to be you. 560. Okay. Unless we get that, which we probably won't. We'll have that. None of these are close to ready. You would be 240 if you were. You would be 450. You would be 280. You would be 400. Okay. And the next one is 600. 600. Oh, multiple 600s? Multiple 600s. Okay, we're at a point where all of these are upgraded to 600. 675. 675. 675. Oh, good enough to upgrade you if you get to 750. 750. Are you all 750 or 675 as well? And these are fully upgraded, right? Yes, those are fully upgraded. Okay. So what did I say? It was 560? 560 is the next amount where we can upgrade some. Alright. Pepper Valley. King Avallac'h hailed from Fire Mountain of Pepper Valley, and he had an insatiable lust for eating elves. Thus he'd become known as the Elf Eater of Pepper Valley. But after 1,000 years of terror, the evil king vanished without a trace, only to rise up again a few hundred years later as a lich, unlike any lich the world had ever known. He was not dead, no one could explain it. He was not fully a lich, and yet he had very lich-like traits and powers. The horrors of King Avallac'h had reigned? No, that's not right. The horrors King Avallac'h had reigned on elven villages in his lifetime was nothing compared to the nightmares his reign of strange, near undeath had brought. Yes, reign and reign. Two different versions of the same sentence. Millions of elves fell in his wake, and he is what brought about the near extinction of the elves also. Millions of elves fell in his wake, and rumors said that he ate the flesh of every one of them. The elves of the deep north had long thought themselves safe from this monstrous terror. The elven villages of the south became extinct. The elven villages of the south became extinct. The Fukin king and his army of undead minions moved further north. I'm wondering, should it be as... That's going to read better, right? As the elven villagers of the south became extinct, as the elven races, that sounds better. As the elven races of the south became extinct, the Fukin king and his army of undead minions moved further north. The aristocratic high elves of the deep north shuddered in terror, for the undead Fukin army marched ever closer to their snow-capped mountains. For the undead Fukin army marched ever closer to their snow-capped mountains. The moon elves hated their frail transvestite prince, but in his 70-year absence he had gained a reputation as the most powerful and most deadly wizard since the Elf Eater himself. Rumors said Quaraun was one of the few beings to ever meet a lich face to face and live to tell the tale. Supposedly. Quaraun also supposedly had the skill for getting close to liches and killing them permanently. Supposedly. wants supposedly there several times. Because again, this is a monologue of Quaraun, and he repeats stuff. Generally, when you could tell an internal monologue from Quaraun versus the general narrator by the fact that it starts repeating stuff over and over again, because Quaraun does that. That is the thing that he does. Pundit. Rumors said Quaraun was going to be. Rumors said supposedly. Rumors said supposedly that Quaraun. Supposedly, yes, we want supposedly here several times. That Quaraun supposedly. That's better. Put supposedly in the right place there. It's emphasizing the fact that these are rumors that people are saying, and they may not possibly be true. The Moon Elves hated their frail transvestite prince, but in his 70-year absence he had gained a reputation as the most powerful and most deadly wizard since the Elf-eater himself. Supposedly. Rumors said that Quaraun supposedly was one of the few beings to ever meet a lich face to face and live to tell the tale. Supposedly. Quaraun also supposedly had a skill for getting close to liches and killing them. Supposedly, permanently. Supposedly, liches are immortal. Supposedly, they cannot be killed. Supposedly, a lich once killed. Supposedly, a lich once killed will reawaken 100 years from its so-called death. Quaraun had killed the Daijin, the masters of making liches, so people assumed he must know how to kill a lich. A difficult feat, as liches were eternal beasts who could regenerate indefinitely. Definitely. Why is autocorrect again? I don't even know what that word is that it's got there. In truth, Quaraun had never killed a lich. He had once met a lich. Definitely, there it is. In truth, Quaraun had never killed a lich. He had once met a lich, but he had been unaware. But he had been unaware the lich was a lich. So, Quaraun had no knowledge of his having encountered said lich. But people believe in gossip, but people will believe gossip, lies, slander, and rumors long before they will believe the truth. No matter how many times Quaraun said he was not a lich hunter and had never met or killed a lich, people refused to believe otherwise. It was the hope of the Moon Elves that by having Quaraun back in their village, he would kill the Elf-eater of Pepper Valley, save all elves everywhere, or at least save the only important elves. Or at least save the only important elves. The Moon Elves. Hi, Ras. What you doing? Another one showed up and there's nobody over there. Everybody's focused on this one. There's one up there too. Didn't notice that before I sit down. I should. I know part of this we can't read because here it is. The scene that's actually called The Road to Avallac'h. Quaraun's life was nowhere near perfect. After having run most of the past several months, he was glad to be back home. The problem was he couldn't remember who he was running away from or why. He had no memory. Why can't I read? He had no memory of the events of the last several weeks of his last few weeks. Again, why can't I read? He had no memory of the events of his last few weeks with the Daijin, and he didn't know why, and he was in shock and he couldn't remember killing them. Something horrible had happened, his mind kept telling him, but he couldn't remember what. He was running for something, that much he knew. He knew someone was following him. Who and why, he did not know. Quaraun was still a few days out from the village. His stomach rumbled, reminding him how hungry he was as he looked up and focused on the main road, trying to determine which way was north. The road was vacant of houses, no buildings of any kind. All he could see for miles were snow-covered fields and snow-laden pine forests. No, that's not right. There are no pine trees in the tundra. Quaraun had finally noticed the trees, but dim-witted that he was, the fact of the trees still had not fully set in. It had been a while since he had last seen a house, and several days since the last village. In places, the snow was 7 feet deep. Several. Why does that say 7? Several feet deep. And again, that's an autocorrect, obviously. It was difficult traveling. In his years living in the desert, he had forgotten how cold and wet snow was. His wet silk stuck to his skin, making it difficult to walk. And the further north he went, the deeper the snow got. The sun had sunk behind the tree line, and Quaraun knew he had to find somewhere. Again, it's saying things about trees constantly and then pointing out tundra because there are no trees in the tundra. The sun had sunk below the tree line, and Quaraun knew he had to find somewhere to bed down soon and try to find something to eat. He sat back down. He had a tent with him in his bag of holding. Again, that is autocorrect. This is the part that we rewrote the other day. And I was like, I knew we were going to find issues because we haven't edited it yet. We're finding them. In his bag of holding, a tent and a bed. But he was just too cold to set them up. So cold. Why was it so cold? Question mark. It shouldn't be this cold. It shouldn't be this cold. This cold is unnatural. It's the cold of death, the cold of liches, a lich's frost. No, there were no liches here. It would be too cold to travel once the sun had set. Paragraph. The frigid cold of the dead, icy, filled nights could kill any creature caught outside after dark. And so Quaraun sat in the snow, thinking these thoughts, staring at his Charisse, staring at his Charisse pink silk shoes, muttering how wet they were, and not noticing that he was surrounded by hundreds of acres of pine trees in the treeless tundra. While the little black pony had morphed and changed, and was now a very evil-looking sorcerer, not sorcery. Did we spell that right? I always spell sorcerer. Sorcerer sitting on the back of a massive Frisian stallion. You sure that's spelled right? I'm pretty sure a kid doesn't have Frisian in it. Oh, how do you spell Frisian? Missing it. If you don't know what a Frisian is and what Boom Fuzzy looks like, that is a Frisian. That is what Boom Fuzzy looks like. Boom Fuzzy is a Frisian, the size of a Shetland puppy. You're still gonna tell us that's wrong? You know what? We just looked it up. Add you to the dictionary. And from behind the trees were appearing more and more ponies, each of them morphing into various undead creatures as the Elf Eater's army completely surrounded Quaraun. How far down can we read? Because I know we're gonna have to stop at, like, the next page, I think. As Quaraun pondered where to set up camp for the night, his thoughts were broken by a herd of horses, with Fukin and Dark Elf riders galloping past him. That's right, her thoughts were broken by a herd. Galloping past him. That should be galloping. As Quaraun pondered where to set up camp for the night, his thoughts were broken by a herd of horses with Fukin and Dark Elf's riders galloping past him. Yes, that's better. His long silver hair whipped around his face and shoulders, along with the ice crystals and chunks of snow and lich frost. And lich frost that was kicked up around by the speeding hooves. Quaraun watched the evil army of the Elf Eater as they passed. They had not long gone before he heard them stop and come riding back. The army was led by a creature unlike anything Quaraun had ever seen, simultaneously hideous yet exotically beautiful at the same time. The beast was monstrous, every inch of it covered with long, shaggy, matted black fur. On its hands were huge claws, sharp enough to lop off a man's head with a single swipe. Also, you can tell what date we added that. What year would I have added that? What year was that written? That's a quote from another book. That book, it's right there, volume 5. Was that published in 1999? Is that when we added that line? It would have been around then. This novel also used to appear on fanfiction.net. of Quaraun's long silvery hair being described so much, and hey, let's lop off heads. Lopping off heads, that's what people with long silvery hair do. Its teeth were fearsome, protruding like razors out of its mouth. If you know the original name of this novel, you are somebody who followed me for a very, very, very long time, because this novel was originally titled The Bride of Seshauer. That was the original name this was published under when it was published online. It's no longer online. Took it off of fanfiction.net when we published it as part of the Quaraun series and not fanfiction of Avallac'h sugar. That's the other reason this got so many sales when it went on Amazon. This book got over 10,000 sales the first hour it went up on Kindle. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Fanfiction.net fans. Followers. Its teeth were fearsome, protruding like razors out of its mouth, and its long gazelle-like horn it had long gazelle-like horns on its head, a fuka looking like Krampus. But not Krampus, not here. Also, you want a visual for this. Let's give you a visual for what we just described. Because we were outright describing that. There it is, after Krampus. There you go. There's a fuka. Fukas, in actual folklore, there is what they are usually described like. So, what we just described is more or less something like that. Again, Boom Fuzzy. We're seeing the many descriptions of Boom Fuzzy. That was the goal of what we were doing here. I can't remember why we started this now. Okay, let's continue. And that was 2 days ago we started this. I have to piece all of these pieces together because I kept stopping it. I'm going to be stopping again because Ben should be here in a few minutes. The beast was monstrous. Yes, we read that. Gazelle-like horns on its head. There we go. A fuka looking like Krampus, but not Krampus. Not here. In spite of the cold, this was too far south to be Krampus. Krampus rarely left his home in the deepest depths of the deepest deep north. The creature rode on a black stallion with a gleaming silver horn growing from its head. But as the creature approached, the horse and the beast both melted away, leaving behind only a small dark-skinned man. Here it goes. The first time it actually says his skin color. Leaving behind, that's what we was doing. We was talking about the fact it was a Reddit thread that we read the other day, and somebody was saying, don't bother saying what skin color your characters are because skin colors are invisible words, people don't see them, and they're going to imagine the character white no matter what you say. And I was like, that is exactly what people do with Boom Fuzzy, because so many people get to volume 22, read 22 volumes of the series. They read 22 volumes before they realize Boom Fuzzy is a black man. And they only realize it because a white supremacist starts beating him up and calling him a nigger while they're beating him up. That's the scene when people are like, oh my god, why did you never tell us he was black? We counted. Before you get to that point, it says he's black 5,678 times. Yeah, I went and counted. And it's easy to remember because it came out 5, 6, 7, 8. I was like, oh my god, 5678. That's why it's so easy for me to remember that number. It's like 5678. Wow. How did that? We couldn't have made that happen on purpose. Uh-oh! Flag bearers expired. We didn't get enough flag bearers down before it expired. Oh. I think it was 50 coins, wasn't it, that we would have gotten. We missed out on some coins. That's okay. What do you get? Bronze? I think you're good. This is a really good map. I like this map. I'm going to do this. If we could get an epic. Probably not going to have an epic before that's done. If we could get an epic, I put an epic on that map. Also, the next one was going to be 560, right? Yes. So we're really close to it. Let's do store updates first and something better. It would have to be a monk or a flying rogue. Let's see. The creature rode on a black stallion with a gleaming silver horn growing from its head. But as the creature approached, you see, he is both the rider and the horse. That's another thing. When he's a rider on a horse, he is both the rider and the horse. With a gleaming silver horn growing from its head. But as the creature approached, the horse and the beast both melted away, leaving behind only a small, dark-skinned man, now somewhat human looking. Now looking somewhat human. I'm going to change looking. Now looking somewhat human. And barely 5 feet tall. Because he is only 5 feet 1 inch tall, he is very, very short. One of the shortest characters in the novels. Barely 5 feet tall, with a massive crowning glory of dreadlocks. Let's do this. Let's have a. Let's do this. Because we're on Twitch. There we go. And read around it. I can't read all of this. We need only 3 more coins. This is a boss. Yeah, this is always a loyalty boss. Let's see. I'm gonna have to stop. There's the epic one. Alright, we can put epic down before we leave. Let's grab this. Okay. I need to go let that in. I'm gonna pause this. It's gonna let me pause. OBS is doing that thing that OBS does. Pacific time, and then we are going to leave. So I have to stop and we will reconnect this stuff all together. We've already got like 4 videos, I think, to connect together. So I'll be back. A few hours, I don't know how long. Probably at least 2 hours before I come back on. Maybe longer. I'll probably end up eating. It'll probably be closer to 4 hours before I come back in. I see these people, they take a lunch break and they're gone 15 minutes and then they come back and I'm like, oh my god. No wonder people have so many health problems in America. It's not healthy to eat that fast. You're supposed to take an hour or more to eat your food. Carve it down to 15 minutes. Wow. So, at least 2 hours if we just go to the store. At least 4 hours if I eat when we come back.